Not surprised. No, you gotta, that was hard, so. I didn't have much water rate. Slides.
Good, okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our monthly board meeting. We're going to start now. Can everybody please stand so we can do the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to do a number of interesting and fun student recognitions tonight. And we're going to start off by hearing from a couple of our 7th grade middle school students. So when I first got to Syosset, I had this office with a lot of blank wall space. And I got the idea of having a student artist of the month whose work would be displayed on the wall in my office. And I would get a chance to know one student, maybe a little bit better than others, by getting to see their artwork on the wall every month. And I would get to meet that student, hopefully at some point throughout the year. And sometimes I worry that my role can feel a little bit abstract to the students in the district. And so this was a way for me to be a little bit closer to what was going on in the buildings and the classrooms. But it never occurred to me to have a student shadow me for the day until I had a conversation with somebody you're going to hear from in a few minutes, who suggested to me that she was interested in doing for a living what I do for a living. And I thought to myself, well, why don't you follow me around for a day and see what that's really like and see if it meets with what your imagination would be of what that would look like. And I talked with both middle school principals, and they built on that idea and came up with the idea of having a social studies contest where students would write an essay, and the winner of the essay contest would have the opportunity to shadow me for a day. So you're going to meet 2 young ladies who spent the day with me and with the cabinet that works closely with me, and got a chance to have a glimpse of what it looks like to be a superintendent in a school district for a day. And we planned, and they had the opportunity to experience, I think, some really impactful days. And they're going to talk a little bit about their days, and then I'm going to offer a couple of my own reflections on the days that we spent together. So without any further ado, who's going first? Well, we have Bailey Epstein and Hafsa Merjan. So.
Good evening. My name is Bailey Epstein. I'm a 7th grade student at HBT, and I had the opportunity to be superintendent for a day with Dr. Rogers, which was an amazing experience. It taught me a lot about how the schools are run, and it taught me many different skills such as public speaking, performance, and leadership. You might be wondering how I was selected. In social studies, we had an opportunity to enter an essay contest where we had to respond to the prompt. If you were superintendent of Syosset Central School District, how would you create a positive change in the community? My essay spoke about how to make the schools more inclusive and trying to make everyone feel more connected. I was honored to be selected out of a large group of HBT students. Hops and I are each pleased to share our experiences tonight.
Good evening. My name is Hafsa Marjan, and I'm a 7th grader at Southwoods Middle School. One of my biggest dreams is to become a superintendent one day. One day last year, I was on my way to my theater performance, and I happened to catch Dr. Rogers walking towards my school. Without hesitation, I took the chance to introduce myself and shared with him my dream of becoming a superintendent. What happened next was an unexpected and exciting turn of events, eventually leading to the opportunity of becoming a superintendent for a day on September 21st, 2022. Dr. Rogers' team, along with my principal, thought about upcoming events that best showed the day of a life of a superintendent. We started our day at the University Club at Hofstra University for a forum where the Asian American Institute for Research and Engagement held a panel discussion about the experiences and attitudes of Asian Americans living on Long Island. During a networking breakfast, I learned how important it was for a superintendent to connect with local leaders, especially about important topics, such as how to stop hate directed at any member of our community in order to be an inspiration for change. Later that day, I visited the high school with Dr. Durante. We sampled a new addition to the high school lunch menu of kosher and halal offerings, which was added to support inclusivity within our student community. After that, Dr. Durante showed us the high school athletic center, which also posed as a multi-purpose room for shelter in case of a natural disaster. This showed me that the superintendent not only cares for the safety of SEASA students, but also the safety of the wider SEASA community. Later on, we went to Southwoods, where I got more insight about the robotics curriculum and the district's effort to make sure that there is diversity in the program. We ended the day with a cabinet meeting with Dr. Curry, Mr. Hamilton, Dr. Escobar, and Mr. Laverso. This taught me the importance of having partners with different strengths and areas of expertise. After my amazing day, our middle school principals felt that since in 7th grade, we learned a lot about participation in government in our social studies classes, planning an experience for an HBT student would be a great idea. That's how Bailey was also able to have the experience of being a superintendent for a day that we could share with each other.
I was really excited when the day finally came and I was ready to step into my role as superintendent for a day. Our day began with the opportunity to participate in a virtual meeting with the PTSA Cultural Unity Committee and then a cabinet meeting with the Central Office Administration team. These meetings showed me that our district works to make everyone feel included and connected. Next on our agenda was a tour of the facilities of the high school. We visited the new state-of-the-art fitness center, the virtual enterprise room, the high school radio station, and many other spaces where I saw many students working together. For the last event of the day, we attended the Nassau Music Educators Association conference at Hofstra. As a student that sings and is in vocal jazz, I value the importance of music in education and was happy to attend an event that related to this topic. When it was our turn to perform in front of a big audience of music educators and superintendents from other school districts, I was really excited. Together, we did an awesome job presenting about how wonderful music is and closing with our special performance of What a Wonderful World, where Dr. Rogers accompanied me with his guitar as we sang. After my superintendent for a day experience, Hofstra and I both met with Dr. Rogers and his team to start planning for opportunities for 7th graders in the future. This was a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I'll never forget. Whether I grow up to be a teacher, a fashion designer, or something else, this experience made me realize that there are so many people working towards making the community better as a whole. I am so glad to be part of that positive change. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Is that everything? No, there's more.
There's more. This experience was so educational and enjoyable. I got to see my school community from a different perspective, which made me all the more grateful for all the amazing people that make everyday school life possible for us. And this showed me that my future dream of becoming a superintendent didn't have to be a dream. And I'm so glad that I took the opportunity to have spoken to Dr. Rogers about my passion and goals, and in doing so, created opportunities for other students. I hope I paved the way for students who have the same passion as Bailey and I, and so that they may also have the incredible experience of being a superintendent for a day. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. So I hope you can see just from this brief moment how remarkable these two young ladies are and what extraordinary days they had. And I just want to point out the courage of both of them, because it takes obviously a lot of courage to get up here and speak in front of an audience. But both of the things that they did in their days with me required them to stretch and required a lot of courage as well. First of all, it took a lot of courage for Hafsa to approach me and say she was interested in taking my job away from me. And you can have it when you're ready. We went to a forum where we did talk about a really challenging issue on Long Island, and some of the subject matter is difficult to listen to. And Hafsa learned the importance of networking with the people who were there and was right there with everyone else talking about this really challenging issue. Bailey and I performed in front of all the people in Nassau County who are responsible for music education programs, no pressure. and Bailey brought the house down. So we had the opportunity to speak, which superintendents have to do in public all the time. And we had the opportunity to perform, which is something I never get to do, and Bailey gets to do a lot. So we each had to stretch on that day. So I'm so impressed with both of you. I'm so impressed with your courage. I'm so impressed with your heart. And I'm so glad that this idea is going to become something that we carry forward and that other kids will have the opportunity to do. So thank you both very much. Well done. Okay. Good. Next, I'm going to ask our athletic director, Mr. Stuber, to please come up. We're going to celebrate some of the incredible successes of our athletics program in the winter season.
Good evening. I refused to buy reading glasses and I made the font too small, so I apologize ahead of time. I would like to thank the Board of Education, Dr. Rogers, and the administration for once again allowing me to share some of the athletic program's highlights from the winter season, including the amazing accomplishments of our student athletes. This winter, we saw both our boys and girls basketball teams reach the Nassau County semifinals. Our wrestling team win their second consecutive Conference 1 championship. Our cheerleading team and our kickline team both represent Syosset in their respective national championships in Florida with outstanding performances. Our boys swimming and diving team won their conference title and continued their lengthy winning streak while finishing second in Nassau County in the championships. Our winter track and field teams continued finishing at the top of the county with numerous individual championships. Our gymnastics team continued their dual meet consecutive winning streak and earned another county title and All-American honors. Our boys and girls fencing teams both were conference champs, with our boys winning their first ever Long Island championship. With all of their successes this past season, I'm also proud to announce that our student athletes continue to succeed in the classroom with all of our teams, once again, New York State Public High School Athletic Association Scholar Athlete teams. This is a true testament to our coaching staff's commitment to not just being athletes, but being outstanding students. So I want to congratulate all the coaches on that. At this time, I'd like to introduce our boys head basketball coach, Mr. Greg Cardona.
The boys varsity basketball team had a very successful season this year. We were the conference champions for the second consecutive year. And going into the season, I knew these three student athletes were good basketball players, but they displayed leadership qualities that allowed us to be very successful and have a successful season. The three student athletes that I want to honor, junior AJ Abusab, senior Dylan Eisenberg, and senior Amari Jordan. And these three players were all named All County for Conference AA1, which is the toughest conference in Nassau County. And also they were our three captains this season. So thank you very much, guys.
As Coach shared, it was the toughest conference in Nassau County, and I'm really proud to not only honor his athletes, but to honor Coach, who is the conference coach of the year for boys basketball. So congratulations. Unfortunately, Coach Lynch couldn't be here, but I'd like to introduce Bryn Schwartzman. Bryn? Yes. So Bryn is a senior on our cheerleading team. She has been on the varsity cheerleading team since 8th grade. She has been a captain the last 2 years. She's been to nationals 5 times. Last year, she earned all division honors, and this year she earned all county honors. And she's a 2-time Coaches Award winner. And as Coach said, she's an outstanding athlete. So congratulations, Bryn. So Coach Spiteri couldn't be here either, and he was also recognized as Nassau County Coach of the Year for his team's outstanding performance. And he shared with me some of their accomplishments, and they just competed last night. Our boys team is trying to get here quickly, so I'm sure they're all tired, but they continue to represent us and do an outstanding job. So I'm going to share a little bit about some of the girls. Not all of them are here, so I'm going to ask that when I call your name, you step forward. First, Jessica Alessi was the individual county champion in the 1,500 meter and 3,000 meter race. Ashley Wong was all county in the 1,000 meter. Julie Shaughnessy was all county in the 600 meter. Natalie Kaplan was all county in the pole vault. Samantha Mayer was all county in the 1,500 meter. Tracy Freeman was the individual county champion in the weight throw. We also had some outstanding performances in our relays. So our all county 4x400 team consisted of Melissa Teneri, Julie Shaughnessy, Ashley Wong, and Tina Chen. Our county champions in the 4x800, Ann Zhang, Yui Hashino, Juliana Ragosa, and Jessica Alessi. And finally, another tremendous accomplishment, all state and all American in the 4x800, breaking the indoor school record, Jessica Alessi, Ashley Wong, Melissa Teneri, and Julie Shaughnessy. Congratulations, ladies, and keep up the good work in the spring season. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Coach Mike Cipollina with our boys swimming and diving program.
The first swimmer that I'd like to introduce tonight is Ethan Chinea. Ethan is in 8th grade, and he demonstrated tremendous maturity joining the varsity team this season. In addition to scoring in both of his individual events at county championships, he helped our 400 freestyle relay team place second in the county and qualify for the state championship meet. Next, sophomore Curtis Chan. Curtis puts in tireless effort at practice, and that effort paid off in a big way this season. Curtis recorded personal bests in all of his individual events, finaled in both of his individual events at county championships, and recorded his best relay splits of the year at states in the 200 medley and 400 freestyle relays. Next, junior Nicholas Yang. Quick story about Nick. Last year, Nick came within 1/100th of a second of qualifying for states in the 100 breaststroke. He was not discouraged. In fact, just the opposite. Nick trained harder than ever this past offseason. And in the first few weeks of the season, Nick was already setting new best times and qualified individually for the state meet. Nick was top 5 in the county in the 100 breaststroke and also competed in the 200 medley relay at states. Junior Ethan Chan. Ethan's consistently reliable and all around one of the top swimmers in Nassau County. Ethan qualified for states individually in the 200 IM, 500 freestyle, 100 backstroke, as well as in the 200 medley relay. Ethan placed 3rd in the county in the 2 IM and 4th in the 100 backstroke. Junior Alan Chu. Alan's developed into one of the top swimmers in Nassau County. During the dual meet season, Alan recorded state qualifying times in the 200 freestyle, 500 freestyle, 200 IM, and 100 breaststroke events. Additionally, Alan, at Nassau County Championships, Alan was the county champion in the 200 IM and recorded a time that broke the Syosset school record, which was set 16 years ago in that event. And last but not least, senior Jack LaBianca. Jack is a great team leader, both in and out of the pool, and has been a major part of our success throughout his entire varsity career. He is a team captain, recipient of our MVP award, and one of the top swimmers in Nassau County. Jack qualified for states individually in the 200 freestyle, 100 freestyle, 500 freestyle, and 100 butterfly, as well as in our 400 freestyle relay. At county championships, Jack broke a 16-year-old school record in the 200 freestyle. He then rebroke his new record again at states and earned all state honors in the event.
Congratulations. Thank you, guys. At this time, it brings me great pleasure to introduce Coach Ron Abatelli for our wrestling program.
All right, okay.
Okay, and this is my assistant, Rocco Graziosi. He did a great job too. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a formal occasion. I just came off the baseball field, so please excuse the attire. Okay. These four gentlemen helped our team this year to win another conference championship. It was mainly by the efforts of these guys and their leadership. They all did a great job, and they're all seniors. And I'm trying to check their records and grades to see if we can keep them another year. But unfortunately, they were all graduating and moving on to universities and that, and doing a great job. Okay, the first one is Ben Marmer. Ben was always knocking at the door to be in Old County every year in the tournament at the end of the year. And this year he punched through, and over his career, he won 100 matches, which is quite an accomplishment. Okay, next young man is Jake Brocky. This was Jake's third year being All County. He was also a state qualifier last year, and he was an All-American this year in the tournament. He became an All-American and did an outstanding job, and he's going to be wrestling in college at Merchant Marine Academy. John Munoz. One thing about John, after 45 years, it's my 45th year of coaching high school wrestling, and I was able to carry his jacket that he brought in because he didn't want to wear this jacket up there. He wanted to wear his wrestling jacket. So that was the honor I got. But John's a great kid. He did a great job for us, a team leader also. And this was his second year of being All County. And he just came off the lacrosse field, so that's why he's in the shorts and that. Okay, our last guy is Will Henry. Will is another young man, obviously, who worked very hard, really battled all through his years, improved tremendously, and he was also All County, but he also represented us in the state tournament this year, but with all his efforts. Okay. Great, thank you.
Before we let the wrestlers go, it brings me great pleasure to present Coach Abatelli with the Conference 1A Coach of the Year for wrestling. Coach is a humble man. Since he brought it up, I can say as a high school wrestler, I really greatly respected Coach Abatelli. I wrestled from MacArthur High School. We would go over and wrestle Bethpage. He has been a person who demonstrates great class. He's an inspiration for young coaches, and he continues to be a great role model for our students. So I just want to congratulate Coach.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, it brings me great pleasure to introduce this fresh off the track, Coach Rich Caffiero with our winter track and field athletes. Right off the bus.
Good evening, Mr. Rotolo, Dr. Rogers, members of the Board of Education, administration, and our Syosset community. Yeah, we just got dropped off about 5 minutes ago, so excuse our appearance. Anybody has a chicken parm sandwich, I'll gladly take one on the way out. The boys' winter track and field team enjoyed a very successful season. This year, our team was 4th overall at the county championship, just missing 2nd place and not too far off 1st place. Earning all county honors were some of the athletes, or all of the athletes ahead of us right now. First is Brenton Lee, the 300 meters. Brenton is the first athlete to be all county in the 300 meters for the last 8 years in Syosset. He's part of our sprint crew. Gabriel Kim in the pole vault with a clear of 11 feet. This is Gabe's second consecutive all county. He also had a personal record for the pole vault at that meet, at the county meet. Senior Parker Kim was the county champion in the weight throw. With a dominant performance, we'll hear more from him in a bit. The 4x800 meters of John Hernandez, Daniel Chan, Luis Cruz, and Jordan Altman also took home the county title, earning a county championship. Jordan Altman pulled off a triple. We often don't ask athletes to run 3 events. That's the limit. He ran the mile, the 2 mile, and anchored our 4x8, winning all of the races, helping his team score 30 points. Very impressive. 4x800 meter relay team and Parker Kim both qualified for the New York State Championships and the National Championships, with Parker earning 3rd at the New York State meet. And in classic Parker fashion, very unhappy with his performance. The next week, he came back and took 5th in the nation, earning All-American status with a throw of 71 feet, 10 inches. It is one of the longest throw, I think it's the second public high school throw, longest throw on Long Island history. So a really well done job. His career-long dedication to the event and determination helped when it mattered most. Congratulations, boys.
And at this time, I'd like to introduce Coach Steve Silippo, our head coach of our gymnastics program.
Good evening, board. Good evening, parents. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Every year I always say how appreciative we are for the support that Syosset gives us, the Board of Ed. We appreciate it, and also especially the parents, because without them, all of this couldn't happen. This year was another great, successful year. We have 17 gymnasts. And out of 17 gymnasts, 11 of them made individual championships. So we're going to start off with the individual postseason awards. Maddie Greenberg, All County. She is a first-year gymnast in 8th grade. She's a starter on bars, so congratulations. With Maddie is Reese Kaufman. She is also an 8th grade gymnast who's first year on the team. She's a starter on all 4 events. Next up is Taya Alexandru. We lost her. Oh, there she is. Step forward. Taya is the 2nd year, 9th grader, and she's a starter on beam. Congratulations. And she also made All County last year as well. So 11th grade, Gabrielle Kaplan. Gabby. This is her 3rd year on the team, and she's a starter on beam and vaulting. Sophie Weisskopf is 11th grader. She's also a 3rd year on beam, a 3rd year on the team, and she's a starter on all 4 events. Congratulations. 3-time all county too. And then we have our seniors, Hallie Fleschel. 6 years on the team. She started in 7th grade, and she's been a starter on all 4 events. And this year she was a starter on beam and floor, making All County. Also our other senior and captain, Rebecca Milivoy, 6 years on the team. She started in 7th grade as well. And she also started on all 4 events, and she made all county on vault and floor this year. Moving along with Cami Platt in 11th grade, she not only has been all county for 2 years, but this year she made all state on all 4 events. She placed 3rd on beam in the county and 2nd place on floor. So congratulations, Cami. Arlene Osei, I hope I said that right. She is an 8th grader, first year on the team. She was a starter on bars, beam, and floor. And she made all state this year on the first year, and she made 5th place in the county. So congratulations, Arlene. And in 10th grade, we have Leah Chin, who is our 2nd year on the team. She's a starter on all 4 events. This is her 2nd year placing, making all state. She placed 2nd all around 2 years in a row on all around, and she placed 2nd on bars, and she is the county floor champion of 2023. So congratulations. And this just in, last night, she was awarded by Newsday for all Long Island. In addition to all county and all state, some of the girls are awarded All American from the National High School Gymnastics Association. So Taya Alexandru, Leah Chin, Cami Platt, Sophie Weiskopf, Hallie Fleschel, and Rebecca Millivoy also was awarded the All American Award. Now, this team has been growing for 6 years. We've only been in existence for 6 years, and we've really accomplished a great deal over in those 6 years. And like I was telling you with the seniors, Hallie, Rebecca, Jenna, and Amy, they started the program 6 years ago as 7th graders. And our first year having the team, I pretty much had a junior high program with 7th graders, 8th graders, and 1 9th grader. And that first year, we came in 2nd place in our conference. And from that time to now, they have racked up a lot of awards and a lot of accolades. Our 2nd year, we came in 1st place in the Nassau County Championship. Our 3rd year, we came in 2nd place. Unfortunately, we were this close for 1st place. And then the next following years, we have been county team champion for 3 years in a row running. So these are the girls who have been on the team, and especially the 4 seniors who started all in 7th grade. I want to just congratulate them, and I want to say thank you for starting this program. Thank you for Syosset for allowing me to grow with the team, and congratulations to all of them. And we have more to come in the future. Straight out? Yeah, they can say that. Yeah, all right. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
It was quite exciting getting to watch this team win their county title in our gym. So congrats, coach, because you organized all of that. And at this time, it brings me great pleasure to introduce Coach PJ Moon with our boys and girls fencing teams.
Hello, everyone. Waiting for the team to come out. So we had a very successful year. In case you didn't know, our girls team was undefeated during the regular season and won the conference championship. And I will talk about the boys later when we talk about the All Long Island Championship. So first, I would like to talk about freshman and 2-year veteran Alexa Lim. You can step forward. Alexa had a very impressive year after going 12-8 last year. She had a great season this year, having 21 wins and 2 losses, receiving her first all-county title. Congratulations, Alexa. Sophomore and 2-year veteran Sophie Wang won 20-2 and placed 6th at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament, which is where about 80 fencers from all over Long Island and Westchester come to compete. And she placed 6th at that tournament and also placed 3rd at the individual championships, receiving her first all-county title. Congratulations. Freshman and newcomer to the team, Justin Guo, went 19-1 as an alternate on the team and placed 3rd at the individual championships, receiving his all-county title for the first time on his first year. Congratulations. His brother, junior and 3-year veteran Sean Guo, was 20-2 this season and placed 5th at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament and was a silver medalist at the individual championship and also receiving his all-county title for the first time. And he was actually lost to his teammate, Lawrence Zeltzer, who was the champion. We'll talk about him in a second. Moving on to our All Long Island County champions. Freshman and 2-year veteran Isha Nayak had a record of 23-2 and defending her title at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament, bringing home another gold medal, and is also a 2-time All Long Island recipient. Congratulations. Her sister, junior and 5-year veteran and 3-time captain, Sabre captain, Anika Nayak, with a record of 28-2, placed 5th at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament and was the gold medalist at the individual championship. She is also a 2-time All Long Island recipient. Congratulations. Sophomore and 2-year veteran Jaysuk Singh, with a record of 17-3, placed 8th at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament, receiving his All Long Island title this year too for the first time. Congratulations, Jay. This is also actually, I just want to point this out, he actually had surgery 2 days after that, so it was very impressive even placing at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament. Congratulations. One of our captains was not able to make it, who was senior and 5-year veteran and 2-time foil captain Kevin Zong, was an all-county first-team recipient last year, but his impressive and perfect regular season, going 20-0, earned him his first Long Island title. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today. And finally, senior and 5-year veteran and Sabre captain all 5 years, Kyle Chang, with a record of 21-1, placed 2nd at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament and is also a 2-time All Long Island recipient. And you're going to be missed. Thank you for all my All Long Island and individual county championships. Now I'm just going to talk quickly about our remaining team members for the boys who went on to win their first county championship along with their All Long Island championship. We have Gavin Berkowitz, who's a 7th grader and the future of saber fencing for Syosset. Justin Guo, of course, is a 9th grader who I talked about earlier. Nicholas Vecchio was also with the season. And I forgot to mention, the boys team was also undefeated in the regular season 3 years in a row. This was their 3rd year. We have 2 of our fencers, Jack Chow and Matthew Zhu, who are not able to attend. We also have 9th grader Brandon Lim, whose his sister's also on the team, who's also going to be another future of saber fencing, who also was second county winner recipients. We also have Iago Garcia, who, if we would have had him on the team last year, we would have won the All Long Island Championship this year, last year too. But unfortunately, we're going to miss him this year, and he had a great season as well. Also, we had Lawrence Zeltzer. Now, Lawrence Zeltzer is probably one of the top fencers on Long Island, and he should be an All Long Islander. He was last year, but he was also a 2-time winner at the Brentwood Holiday Tournament and was the gold medalist at the Long Island Championship for the individual competitors. And he's going to be, along with him and Anika, will be in the paper on Sunday for their accomplishments. So a round of applause to everyone. I just want to mention quickly too. I mean, fencing's been with this program. We're a new program. We've been here for 5 years, and we were only the 3rd team to win the Long Island Championship. It took 18 years for the first team to do it. We did it in 5. So congratulations. Girls, you're next.
Before we let Coach go, I just want to thank Coach for everything. I'm also the Nassau County fencing coordinator. He's well respected amongst his peers, and he also was named the Nassau County Coach of the Year. So congratulations. Yep. And that concludes our presentation. Again, I want to thank everyone. I would be remiss if I didn't say, without the support of our administration and our great Board of Education, we wouldn't be doing so many great things in our athletic program, including having our first home flag football game tonight. We've had our Challenger basketball, and we just kicked off our first practice for our unified basketball. So again, thank you for all of your support.
Scott, hold on one second. I think you left out one of the awards. I want to congratulate you on being athletic director of Long Island. Congratulations. It's a great honor. It's a tribute to you on how the coaches are and the players, the respect. These are not easy awards to get. As you know, these are things that you remember for the rest of your life, and the students who have worked hard academically and being a student athlete can build on this when they go to college. So you will use this confidence, this leadership in any organization that you're in the future. So hats off to you. Congratulations to the students, the coaches, and everyone, and the parents for supporting us. We're just going to take a brief recess and board members can go up on stage. Thank you. We're going to get started. Dr. Rufo, will you report on the last part of our budget, please?
All right, I'll give it a try. Yeah, when it goes down, I can do that. It's to the right. That's my lazy. All right, thank you. Okay, good evening. This is our third budget presentation of the 23-24 budget. We started out with the first meetings going through all the details. Tonight, I'm just going to focus a little bit on revenue and some updates in both the tax cap and the budget since the last time we met and had discussed those areas. Our goals are, I've gone through our goals at our previous meetings, and I'd like to talk to them once we get to the section so that we can demonstrate how we've achieved those goals for 23-24. The budget drivers this year, just by the graphic, we know that we have more pressure that we've been talking about it on our increases, health insurance, staffing adjustments, TANs, borrowing costs, inflationary items are going up, our transportation contracts, our utilities, lots of areas that we're feeling inflationary pressures. We have made, there are some areas that we've seen reductions in debt service. We've also made some reductions since our last meetings in some non-instructional areas, as well as some equipment, and I'll get to those in a moment. Again, this is the tax cap, and this slide just presents the difference in where we are versus the inflation of 8%, which is what the controller tracks us against. Last time I presented, there was a slight difference in our tax cap. Now we're at 3.07, mainly two changes. One is we reduced the amount of our what's called the capital exclusion, or the amount of capital spending that we plan to do, by about 400,000. I had also included a potential pilot in next year, and we were notified, I think just Friday, that pilot is going to start actually in the 24-25 school year. So I had to make those adjustments. And this is the submission and the revision that I'm going to report to the Office of State Comptroller. You can see that the last time we presented, we were just right at the cap, and our presentation and our tax cap that is proposed, our tax levy, is about 180 below the tax cap. So just a review of where we are. We're at this point looking at a tax levy increase of 2.99 with a calculated tax cap of 3.07, which is about 180, as I said, under the cap. Our budget to budget increase is about 6.49, reflective of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing. And from a cumulative perspective, from when we first instituted, or when the state instituted the tax cap, we've been under the cap by about $11 million. And that's shown in the table on the left. Wanted to just spend a little bit of time going through at a very high level, because we've already gone through in detail all of these codes. So remember, the budget was broken up into 3 sections: capital, admin, and program. So we made some changes on some of the capital codes. We reduced the overall expending that we're planning on bigger capital projects, and remaining are the ones up there, project list for transfer to capital. We, rather than cutting specific projects, we reduced the scope of some of the projects. We've also, working with Mr. Hamilton, found ways to perhaps do some things through the maintenance side of the budget. We have the South Grove partial roof replacement, which is the photograph on the upper right-hand corner, the dust collection systems in some secondary schools, and then district-wide projects, roofing, masonry, paving. We're going to continue with the library redesign at HBT, our last library upgrade. And we're looking at renovations of high school spaces, including the testing and the media centers. We also, given the decision today, we've put in an allocation for a turf field end zone renovation. If given the time frame, we wanted to preserve flexibility for the board should the board move in that direction. We also had reductions or planning for reductions in some operational codes and specifically some positions due to attrition and retirements. On the admin codes, there are a couple of adjustments. You may recall that I had in the code 1680, which is central data processing, a E-rate project for wiring. And we've decided to postpone that project for the next year. In speaking with BOCES, there's some emerging technology that might serve us better by waiting a year. And really it's around Wi-Fi security and device management. We also had due to some staffing shifts and position consolidation, we were able to reduce some support in central administration by about 2.5 FTEs. On the program side, one of the main goal in this difficult budget season was to preserve all of our instructional programs and services, and we're very pleased to be able to do that this budget season. We have, when we last spoke about the instructional program, we had just started staffing meetings, and while there's still shifts going on, a lot of those changes have been incorporated. We, in a typical year, we have shifts among schools and among different grade levels, and we're seeing those. We're also, from the perspective, this was in last time I presented, but wanted to highlight that we have been able to retain the 2 social worker, the allocations that we put in to increase our social workers for our schools. And when it's combined with an increase in a grant, we're hopeful to have a social worker in every school next year to support our students. And those are the main changes that we've made since the last time we met. When we talk about the budget, there's always some confusion about the budget versus the levy. And just this slide demonstrates that the top line is the spending plan, which is what your budget is. And then all of the different revenue sources that we're just going to touch on tonight, when you take those away, that's what remains is the tax levy. And that's the amount of funds raised through property taxes. And the negatives are the different revenue sources that we're going to go through briefly. So state aid, I touched on that last time. We know that we were all very pleased to get an increase in our foundation aid, and overall state aid increased by about 8.4 million or 33%. And you can look at the top line of state aid and see that that's primarily all in foundation aid. The rest of the aids were fairly stable. And while we're certainly pleased to have this additional revenue in these very difficult times, we just have to be mindful that this accounts for a very small proportion of the district's overall budget and overall revenue. The other items up there that are more substantial are BOCES aid and transportation aid, and both of these are expense-based aid. So depending on how much you spend in a year is how much aid you will receive in the subsequent year. Another a little piece of good news is our building aid ratio is projected to go up to 41.9% in the 23-24 school year. So the projects that we've done and the aid that we get, the building aid that we get for them will increase as well. Universal pre-K, it's our second year. Our allocation for this year was $1,063,000, and our estimate based on the executive budget for next year is $1.668 million. And this is, while it's on our state aid run, it's accounted for in our similar to a grant. And then we have local revenue sources. The largest component of those are pilots, which are actually on the bottom of that chart, and they're fairly stable with the mix between LIPA pilots and then county and Town of Oyster Bay pilots. I would also draw your attention, one of the significant changes is in interest on investments, which you can see based on interest rates, the increase in interest rates, we're expecting a significant amount in interest income next year. Our plan is to continue to use our reserves and an appropriation of our fund balance to help support the budget. In the 23-24 school year, we're planning to appropriate $2.2 million. And of that, about $625,000 is something called capital outlay exception aid. And that is aid we received in the current year as a result of the emergency ventilation projects. And so we're going to return that in support of next year's budget. So you can see overall, it's a goal of ours to kind of decrease over time and gradually the reliance on the appropriation of fund balance. And except for, when you look at 2021, which is we had a significant amount of COVID expenses, we've generally been able to move in that direction. And so that's our appropriated fund balance. And up here is our plan on the right-hand column for the continued use of our restricted reserves to help support the budget. And our restricted reserves, if you look, we've got about the plan is to allocate about 5.8 million, which is up from this year. And that really primarily is driven by the cost of those benefits that these funds support. So the ERS increase really is slightly below where it was in 21-22 and reflects increased rates. And workers' comp, the third one down, that really reflects increased costs for medical claims as well as settlements. And having reserves is very positive and is very helpful for the district to manage through difficult economic times. And reserves are a very transparent part of the district's budget. They are reviewed by our auditors each year. They're reported on this document, which I will be submitting tomorrow. This is called the Property Tax Report Card, after the board approves it this evening. And that gets submitted to state ed. And I know the numbers are small, but this shows the reserves, that the reserve balances and the district's intent to use those reserves in the next school year. So that is sort of where we are in terms of the budget, in terms of the revenue that we're going to use to support our spending plan.
Dr. Ruffo, are you finished?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you to your team. I know you guys put in a lot of hard work and effort. I also want to thank the cabinet, the entire cabinet. I know you guys really put in a lot of time to maintain all of our programs, our excellent programs, but at the same time balance our budget. And I thank you also for being able to keep those 2 social workers, increase the universal pre-K. And I could speak again, our audit comes out unqualified every year. They actually praised on how good a job you did. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, and thank your team and the cabinet. Does anybody on the board have any questions for Dr. Ruffo? Jack.
Hi, Dr. Ruffo. Thank you again. The pilot payment change from 22 to 23 to 23, 24. Can you walk me through and help me understand the implications overall for the budget and how to think
Sure.
about what those
Sure.
changes imply
me-
for this year and the year after?
Oops.
Just before Dr. Rufo gets into the nuts and bolts of it, for the benefit of those who aren't following this as closely as the board is, there is a project that has been approved by the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency, the IDA, that would take a property off of the tax rolls, and instead of paying taxes, they would pay a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot. And that property was the former New York Telephone building right next to the former Cablevision building in Crossways Park. That property is being merged and turned into a warehouse. And because it's being done through the IDA, instead of paying taxes, it'll pay a pilot to the school district. And so the challenge for the school district is when does the tax receipt stop and when does the pilot receipt begin? And Dr. Rufo, Mr. Ostrich's question about the implications for the budget.
Yep. So pilot payments are just frankly another source of revenue. So they impact the tax cap formula because if there's a change in them, they can impact the formula up or down. But whatever that change is, it's offset by the revenue. So it doesn't, let me demonstrate that more, I think, by the formula. So I guess the eighth line down there, you start out the formula, not to get too technical, you add it back in because it's a subtract from the prior year. So you add the prior year payments up at the top to your tax cap formula, and then you subtract out your pilots for the next school year. So that's really how it can affect your pilots because the in and the out will alter that bottom line number. But the revenue also is there to offset it.
So I guess the summary of the question I'm trying to get to the bottom of is the movement, did it end up net helping or hurting us or not? Sort of a net neutral.
The movement. So in other words, a pilot came off, so that increased slightly the tax cap, but you also then remove the revenue. So I want to say a wash from a perspective. It changes the number, but it's a little bit of a wash in terms of the levy.
Dr. Rufo is approaching this from a technical, how does the calculation work perspective. I'll approach it more from a metaphor. One way or the other, the same amount of money is coming to the school district from that particular property. It's just that instead of it coming in the form of a pilot payment, it will for one more year come in the form of a tax levy. Either way, it's not money that is raised from, let's say, residential property taxpayers of the district. It will be raised from that property, and the intricacies of the tax cap calculation are, in order to calculate that rate, if that commercial property remains in the tax base, then the tax cap has to reflect the fact that that commercial property is still there. If that commercial property leaves the tax base, then you recalculate the tax cap so that it applies only to the properties that are left, if that makes sense. Either way, it's going to pay us the same amount of money. Just it's kind of a left pocket or right pocket kind of a thing. But I agree with Dr. Rufo's assessment. It's a wash.
Dr. Rufo, thank you again for everything. The other item you mentioned that changed the tax cap calculation, I thought you said there was a $400,000 difference.
Yes.
Is that the capital tax levy exclusion that went
Yes.
down by 4,000?
Yes.
Why did that go down by 400,000?
So the capital tax levy for us is our transfer to capital minus your building aid, roughly. So what decreased was our transfer to capital. So we looked at the projects that we had planned to do, and then we did some scaling and some changes, modifications. As I said, Mr. Hamilton, we all went through them and determined that we could bring that number down a bit and still get maybe not as the scope of work, but some of the work done.
And again, just a little context there, because the amount of money in the transfer to capital also affects the calculation of the tax cap, and we want to be accurate with that calculation. It's important that we believe now that it is likely that we will be able to complete those projects within the scope of the year. So that's one of the tests that we have. So as we started to go through, it's necessary capital work, but as we started to go through the approval timelines and lead times on equipment, we wanted to make sure that we had a realistic number for what we thought we could complete in the year.
One other question. You mentioned in central data processing, what is that, 1680, that there was a $400,000 dip to Wi-Fi security, and I thought you said device management. Is this something that BOCES is recommending that we wait the year?
Yes. They are. And the E-rate funding, and I'm not sure if everybody recalls, but that was going to be completely offset with the E-rate funding, which will stay there while next year when we have a better sense of the technology.
Thank you, Dr. Rufo, for the presentation. On the page that says program codes summary, you mentioned that if we get additional grants, we will be able to use that to hire additional social workers. Do you have an idea of how much additional grants we may get during the year? And also that the second question is that what is our strategy for managing any potential budget shortfalls or anything that's unexpected expenses for the next school year? Even though we know the CPI index is being calculated already, but there's going to be times that we have unexpected expenses. Thank you.
In terms of the plan that we have is to hire additional social workers on the grant. And if there isn't going to be an increase in the grant, there'll be a modification of other items that are currently charged to the grant to try to make room for that. Your second question regarding how we manage with potential shortfalls, we certainly once the year begins. Every year, this year is more difficult than most. There are surprises along the way. We do the budget well in advance of actual expenditures. So there are always codes that and always areas of the budget that challenge us. And in a typical year, we look for those codes that may have some relief in a particular year. So the budget is a dynamic document that we are continually adjusting. So we do have strategies if there is certainly if there are what looks like shortfalls, we will. Some of the things that we even did this year, take a look at the expenditures that we've allocated to specific codes, see what we could potentially move or cut back on a little bit. And sometimes we have to do that temporarily for a shorter term until we know, for example, if our state aid is coming on time and if it's coming in the amount that we wanted. So it's something that is fairly routine in school district budgets.
Shawnee, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rufo. I was thinking about you this month and I go, wow, she needs a Dumbledore's wand to make this happen. And I appreciate administration and you for keeping the program at higher than last year, keeping it at 7.3%. Although it is going up a little bit with the cost going up, inflation, we're tightening belt in other areas. I was wondering if there's any programs that, I know we're not cutting anything that's in now, Is there any, I guess it's more a question to the administration. Is there any programs that the teachers or administration want to pursue, but holding on or waiting on because of the budget? Or are we allowing that to happen?
Well, programming is always dynamic. So, and ultimately, let's say the high school, there are 8 periods in the day that kids are getting instruction for the most part. And if kids are not doing one thing, then they are doing something different. So bringing programs usually is a displacement of one thing for another. So there are certainly things on the horizon. We're working on building more phonemic awareness into our elementary reading curriculum. We're looking at the math program called Go Math that we use at the elementary school. The product is not really being supported by the manufacturer anymore. So we're going to have to go to something that is a successor product at some point in the not too distant future. We're constantly looking at making improvements. One of the things we've invested a lot in is our robotics program, K through 12, our coding program, K through 12. Those investments and that evolution is going to continue to be ongoing. It's just that as something new comes on, something else will roll off.
Anyone else? Jackie, who has a question? Anna, you have a question? No? Anyone? Okay. You have another question? Sure. Sure.
So, Dr. Rufo, the overall level, putting aside the levy for a second, the overall level of the budget's up about 6.5%, and we went over some of the drivers, and it's summarized at the sort of the major general fund page. We can see the major categories where the changes are.
Mm-hmm.
Can you order of magnitude the parts where they are largely or almost completely out of our control from an inflation adjustment perspective, so that we can get an understanding of sort of the things that are within our control and the things that are outside of our control?
Sure. I think that one of the biggest items is health insurance. Those increases are we part of the NYSHIP plan, and those increases are determined by NYSHIP. And that is a significant area of variance for next year and for this year as well. Transportation, our transportation contracts are tied for next year to May CPI. So those also are out of our control. We have increases for utilities that it's kind of like similar to what many people have in their home life. Utilities are out of our control. There are pension costs for us as well. I would say most of the benefits costs for us are also not within our control.
Jack, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Good. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rufo.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting on March 13th, 2023 and March 28th, 2023? Lynn, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So we're going to bring back Dr. Rufo. Can you please do the Treasury report appropriation adjustments? You have a few seconds, sir.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. As we can see in the treasurer's report, the cash on hand for the month end February 2023 was 82,079,932.34. It shows that all bank balances for all cash accounts were reconciled to the book balances and were collateralized in accordance with the district's banking agreements and investment policy. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, next we're going to move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Rogers.
Yeah, I'll wait for Mr. Joffrey to pull it up. All right. So two things to report on to the Board of Education tonight. First, as you are all well aware, we surveyed the community about changing the school start times generally, but obviously to achieve the purpose of having a later high school start time. So I want to report to the board and the community on the results of that survey and take some feedback from you as board members. And then there was an action of the Board of Regents today on a resolution that they have had out for public comment for the last 60 days regarding schools with Indigenous or Native American mascots. So I'll report on that as well. But the good news and the bad news is I know how to use a clicker, but the clicker is not responding to my touch.
Turn it off.
Because it's not turned on. So we're going to call that user error. All right, now it is turned on. There we go. So first of all, thank you to everyone in the community for taking the time to participate. We had 2,600 participants and 54,000 thoughts were rated by those participants. So there was an awful lot of engagement with the survey. And as you'll see later, we had broad engagement from parents, staff, and students in the survey, and a handful of members of the community who participated as well. The nice thing about this survey tool is it uses Google Translate. It's sort of built into the product. So you don't have to be comfortable with English in order to use the product. So obviously that's an asset in a community like ours that has a very multilingual population. So the big takeaway is on this slide, and that there's overall support for changing start times. And this is a little bit of a shift from where we were the last time we surveyed the community prior to the pandemic, where there was more reluctance around the idea of changing start times. So you can see that the strongly support is about twice the size of the strongly oppose, and that overall, the people with some degree of support are about twice the size of people with some degree of opposition. So another big takeaway, big picture takeaway from this is that there is definitely a difference in perspective between staff and parents and students. So students and parents, by and large, are supportive of the idea of changing start time. Staff, by and large, are not supportive of the idea of changing start time. Neither group is a monolith. There's a divergence of opinion within those groups, but certainly there's a distinction between them. We worked with a consultant, and one of the challenges that we have here is because the length of the elementary day is shorter than the length of the two secondary school days, it becomes challenging to rearrange busing, because if you change what order the buildings go in, you end up having the elementary school overlap with one of either the middle schools or the high schools, and then you don't have enough buses to serve all the kids. So we worked with a consultant to try and come up with some creative scenarios to work around that problem, some of which involved having elementary kids ride on the same bus as middle school students. And of the proposed scenarios, scenario 4 was the most popular proposed change. One of the things this survey tool does is, because there are so many participants, so much engagement, and 54,000 thought ratings, they're able to separate the people who are responding to the survey into what they call side A and side B. And then we looked at the comments that were the highest rated comments among the people in side A. In this case, that's folks who are supportive of the change. And the highest rated comments on side B, that would be people who are opposed to the change. And the comments are, as you would expect, folks who are supportive of the change are concerned about the amount of sleep that students are getting. Survey participants who are opposed to the change will say generally that the amount of sleep is going to be fixed. If you get up later, you'll go to bed later because activities will go later into the evening and the amount of sleep will be fixed. You won't change the problem. You'll just move what time of the day it occurs. And there may be impacts to other things that happen after school, particularly for high school kids that might be constrained. And then the tool also looks for places where the side A and side B also rated the same thoughts fairly highly. And so this would be areas of overlap or areas of common ground. And so in this area of common ground, some of the themes that came out loud and clear was discomfort with having elementary students ride on the same bus with secondary students, and concern that irrespective of how you felt about changing start times, students are spending too much time with technology, too much time on social media, and are not getting enough sleep for whatever the reason. So this is a little bit of a deeper dive into the data, but by role, again, no matter what the role, scenario 4 was the most popular of the change scenarios, the 4 change scenarios. And then again, the difference between students and staff, students and parents versus the staff perspective on whether to change at all. And then if you break the parent group up into elementary parents, middle school parents, or high school parents, you get actually very similar results. And I had hypothesized that these results would not be similar, but they were surprisingly similar. So again, scenario 4 is preferred, and the level of support for change is comparable. And if you stratify the staff again by level of their role, elementary, middle, or secondary, the level of opposition is greatest among the high school staff, less so among the middle school and elementary school staff. So what are the big picture takeaways? Clearly, there's a majority of survey respondents that felt like changing school start times made some sense. Obviously, this is something that is not as strongly supported among the staff. Scenario 4 had the most support, but I think would be somewhat challenging to implement because of the 9 o'clock start time for the high school. And regardless of the support for change, that overlap group has concerns about how we do the busing, and regardless of how it occurs, the level of sleep that students are getting. So maybe before I go on to the second half of my report, I'll just pause there and take questions and comments from the board.
Dr. Rogers, do you want to thank you for your presentation? First of all, do you want to just remind everybody what scenario 4 was? Sure.
Sure. And like Mr. Stuber, I also am too proud to wear, but I'm too proud to wear reading glasses. I won't say that he is. He'll just say that he refuses to. And so where's my copy? That's okay. So scenario 4 has a start time at the high school of 9 o'clock, a start time at the middle school of 8 o'clock, and a start time at the elementary school of 8:45. And when you look at those numbers, you say, well, you could probably compact that down a little. It would work, but then you'd end up creating an overlap in the afternoon at dismissal time when you needed to do the dismissal runs. You wouldn't have enough space between the tiers to do all 3 tiers in order. So, and just a refresher on how the busing works, the way you purchase buses is you contract with the bus for a 5-hour run or a 4-hour run, and then the bus will do a sweep through the neighbor. Right now, what they do is a sweep through the neighborhoods to pick up the high school kids, a sweep through the same neighborhood to pick up the middle school kid, a sweep through the neighborhood to do the early elementary run, and then a sweep through the neighborhood to do the ordinary elementary run. And then that's the end of the 4 or 5 hour window for that particular bus. So we can't purchase buses for periods of time less than 4 hours because it doesn't make sense to the bus company because the bus can't work in another district. So one way or the other, we own that bus for the arrival phase. So we're trying to use that bus as many times in the arrival phase as we can. Same thing in the afternoon. What we can't do is double up a bus in the afternoon for a run, because then instead of exploiting the bus for the full 4 hours or something, we would have double the buses for half the time, but we would still be paying for 5 hours of use time on the bus, even if we didn't use the bus for that entire 5 hour time. So the complexity in all of this is not structuring a day, it is structuring busing.
Thank you, Dr. Winters. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess the first thing is the feedback I got, and for me also, not understanding the cost to the district, even in broad terms, I think will affect answers and what people expect and think. So if we could even, I know that it costs money to find out exact costs, but if we could broadly understand that this is an extraordinarily expensive venture, this is a moderately expensive venture, this is cost us nothing type of thing, I think that included in the survey may have changed some of the answers. So I don't know if we can take some of the information we have here and kind of put it back out there with that included. I just feel like that's a lot of the feedback I got in terms of understanding which to pick. Sorry.
It's an excellent point. And one of the challenges that we had with the scenarios is when we used the consultant, one of the constraints we gave them was to plan it as though the busing capacity would be roughly equivalent to what we have now. But to get to something that would be really fine grained, where we would say, hey, right now we use 126 buses, and this would only be 127 buses, they would actually have to go through and route every neighborhood. They use routing software, but it is a very complex and somewhat expensive process. And so knowing that we were going to do 4 scenarios and then ultimately throw away 3 of the scenarios, it didn't seem like an effective use of money to have the consultants go and route 4 scenarios, knowing that 3 of them would be disposed of. So I do think, or if the community said we weren't interested in any change at all, then that would have definitely been a waste of money. So I do think we're at a place now where there's a sense that there's some support. And now it's a question of what really would be the most viable. So the scenarios where middle school and elementary school students were riding the same buses were clearly not popular. So there's no point in putting any more energy or money into fleshing that out. But there might be some sense in fleshing out the 2 more viable scenarios that are in there and getting closer to an estimate of what they might cost. Yes, I agree.
Included in that was that there might be not only a busing cost, but if there needed to be any sort of construction for how the buses came through to make it more streamlined. I know that was discussed or mentioned. So I just like, that's above and beyond just, we need 6 more buses to make this happen type of thing. So I just want to make sure that like, it's very transparent, that it's not that the cost of this is not as buses, this cost is buses and construction, whatever it is.
Right. There's 2 categories of costs. One is the ongoing operating costs of the busing, and the other would be a one-time cost to make the facility more conducive to loading buses faster, which is another constraint that we have right now. The high school doesn't have enough curb space to load all the buses simultaneously. So they load in 3 different waves, and that actually slows their ability to get the buses rolling on the road. So if we could load the buses faster, we could turn around each of the tiers faster, but there would be a one-time cost associated with creating more curb space so we could load more buses simultaneously.
So I was trying to do some back of the envelope math while you were speaking, and you said a couple of times that option 4, which is the 9 o'clock high school start time, was the most popular when compared to the other three options. And what I came away with, that if you look at the 3 8 a.m. high school start times, which is basically scenario 1, 2, and 3, those actually pull in about 42% of the parents, whereas option 4 is only 34% and no is 25%. And if you look at just 1, 2, and 3 together, it's more than half. It's about 56% of. And when you look at scenario 2 and 3, they seemed a little bit dead on arrival in the sense that they included multiple schools. So, there's no option here, what I'd like to call a scenario 5, which is just bump everything up a little bit to get us close to the 8 o'clock, since it seems like that's where the support is and not the 9 o'clock. So we're sort of working with a survey that unfortunately has 2 scenarios that I don't blame people for not wanting to support scenario 2 and 3, which probably weakens 1, gives 4 a large edge, and no one's really focused on, like Ms. Abramson said, the cost that only seems to be upfront on 4. And, I just want to make sure we are looking at apples to apples, which is the times of the starting of school, which would be either change nothing, move everything forward, start middle school and high school flipping, and then 4, which is completely the rewrite. So I'm just questioning in my own head whether these survey results actually tell us that the 9 o'clock start time is the one that is most attractive to the community, or if it's the 8 o'clock start time that's actually the most attractive to the community, and we just need to figure out a better way to get there.
One of the things that we worked on was, prior to COVID, we did do some focus groups and some survey results. And one of the things that was not popular was having a much later end to the elementary day. So the challenge with the roll everything forward 20 minutes plan is that it really takes the elementary day, which already starts fairly late at 9:15 as a bell time and ends at 3:15 as a bell time, and might move that to 3:35 or 3:40 and an even later morning start. So your choices at that point become lengthening the elementary day, which has obviously staffing implications, or coming up with some sort of before school program, but it would have to be a universal before school program in order to make sure that we had some custodial role to play for the elementary students. And that, of course, would have also a cost implication associated with it as well. So that was the challenge that got in the way of moving everything, just shifting all forward, which logistically would be the simplest thing to do, but might be a challenge for families with elementary students. The scenario that was the attempt to get closest to that was, I believe, scenario 1, where the middle school goes first at 7:45. The high school then starts 8:10, and very little difference occurs with the elementary school day. And I share your observation that if you look solely at the high school start time, the scenarios 1, 2, and 3 all have the feature of being clustered around 8 o'clock. And I suppose we can go back and look at the data and see if see what the level of support for those are among those subpopulations of stratified parents, to see where the support is. But I do wonder if we matched up a scenario 1 just against scenario 4 and forced 2 and 3 out of the mix as choices, what people who chose 2 and 3 might choose if those were no longer an option.
Can I just follow up quickly? Scenario 1 currently was a 9:15 to 3:30 elementary, correct?
I think it was 9:15 to 3:15, same elementary day that we have right now.
Susan, did you have a question? Have a question, Jack?
So Lynn and Brian kind of stole my questions, but I think it might make sense, just piggybacking on what they had asked, to do some kind of additional survey that does mush together 1, 2, and 3 into the whatever the best option would be, and add the potential costs of option 4, I think it was, that has the extra cost associated with it, and then see what the community says, because then it would maybe give everybody a more realistic idea of what the reality of it would be with costs and times and how it would actually play out. And then we could better figure out where everybody stands at the next level. You guys always steal my questions.
Sorry, one more thing, but I'm not going to steal yours. It's a new one. Sorry. In terms of also like adding things that like kind of affect what people do, the high school start time starting later. Right now, people go for extra help before and after, and there's also clubs after and whatever. Is it going to be that people have to come in for the high school at the same time, no matter what, to meet the clubs and the sports and the demands? Is it going to be like, is there going to, the implications of change in the start time starting later, is it going to be that they have to now come in earlier anyway, because they have to have time for the clubs and the extra help and the things available to them?
So some of that is discretionary and some of that is going to be kind of forced by all of the things that our high school students want to take advantage of. Jericho has a 9 o'clock start time for their high school. The way they manage clubs is they have what they call a 0 period. So students would come in and do clubs 1-2 days a week before school, or if they're in several clubs, they might be in school at 8 o'clock, even though the bell time for first period is 9 o'clock. So I don't want to say it's not as advertised, but the shape of their day is a little different. What they're doing in the morning is not hard academic work. They're not taking calculus first period. They're having a club 0 period, and then calculus, at 9 o'clock in the morning as opposed to 7:39 in the morning. So there is some difference to it, but it may be that students would have clubs before school in order to reserve the time after school for sports and other kinds of activities. And part of this process would be designing that day. And to your point, to Ms. Falco's point, on the one hand, you might say, well, we're taking an awfully long time with this. And on the other hand, I would say, yeah, because so many things are going to be disrupted, we have to get this right on the first try. So I would rather get this right than get this fast. And that's the reason for being so deliberate and methodical about how we're going through so many iterations and so many scenarios. It's just going to be a very challenging process to do well.
Jack, go ahead.
Hi, so Dr. Rogers, you mentioned something in an answer to either Lynn or Brian's question about the elementary time. Assuming, just for argument's sake, by using Brian's idea that some version of 8 o'clock at the high school was the start time, the elementary schools couldn't start at their current time and then just be extended 15 or 20 minutes later? Is that not an option? I just want to make sure I understand what the dimensions of the problem are.
They could be, but then they would start the day, let's say 15 minutes later. So right now, the bell time for elementary school is officially 9:15. Buses typically start unloading 9 o'clock, 9:05. Kids are filtering into classrooms. Around 9:10, the kids are in the classrooms and mostly settled. And then 9:15 instruction presumably begins. So, and then the day ends at 3:15, and then there's 15 minutes of logistics to get the right kids onto the right bus and get them home at the end of the day. But our goal is always to have the kids on buses and buses rolling at 3:30. I realize we don't always meet that goal. And particularly in the first several weeks of the year, it's very challenging getting all the buses. But the goal is really to have dismissal up and running and almost done by 3:30 if possible. So if we pushed everything 15 minutes, then you'd be starting elementary school officially at 9:30 in the morning with arrivals occurring, say 9:20, and you'd be ending the day and having kids on buses starting at 3:45, but in that first several weeks of school, probably those first, there'd be lots of buses that you wouldn't see moving until 4 o'clock or 4:05, which is fairly late for an elementary kid.
The part that I guess I'm not fully understanding is if middle school start time were, say, roughly 8:30, the buses wouldn't be able to deliver the kids at 9:15 at current start time for elementary. They would have to fall back further.
No, actually, they would be able to do the morning. The issue is they wouldn't be able to do the afternoon because the buses that would otherwise deliver them at 3:30 are still going to be doing middle school runs. They won't be done with the middle school runs yet. So basically, I'm trying to think of an easy way to illustrate this. Yeah, you could start it at the same time. It would have to end later so that you would be able to get the buses turned around from the middle school runs. That would make the elementary day longer. And so you would have to provide more staffing in order to supervise the kids for the longer length of day. But that would have to take the shape of some kind of a custodial program for kids, like a scope or something like that, because the length of the instructional day is fixed.
So we couldn't just extend recess and lunch by 20 minutes of that period and have the day end 20 minutes later. So instead of being 40 minutes for lunch and recess, it couldn't be an hour.
That might be a way to do it, or another way to do it might be to use the social workers to build in some social and mental health kinds of learning lessons for students in that time. I think there's a way that if there was going to be more time in the day, that we could use it effectively to support students' mental wellness. And that's actually something that Dr. Curry has been working with her team on fleshing out. I don't know if she's ready to report on the team's work, but I will give you just that as a preview, that it's something that we've been thinking about. If the board went in the direction which your questioning is leading us towards, we wanted to be ready with something that was a solid way to use that time.
Brian?
So Dr. Rogers, I want to make sure I understand this now. So it sounds like you're arguing against extending the elementary day in response to Mr. Ostrich, but at the same time, scenario 4 is building in an extra 30 minutes for elementary. And I think he's talking about only 15 minutes. And I also, when I said before elementary school ending at 3:30, that was scenario 1 already. So when I was talking about this scenario 5, what I was saying is you bump everything 15 minutes, including elementary, just to get the 8 a.m. And I'm not saying we do this. I'm just wondering why this wasn't an option, because it gets us the 8 a.m. with no real change, because scenario 1, which is the only attractive scenario of 1, 2, and 3, already ends the day at 3:30. So I'm just trying to put that in context with the idea that 4 is talking about adding 30 minutes. And we seem to have a problem even adding 15 minutes, and that's okay. I just want to understand if we're comparing 1, 4 and doing nothing in a way that's productive here, right? Because scenario 1 on the sheet, on the PDF that's on the website, says 9:15 to 3:30 for elementary. And then 4 has elementary 8:45 to 3:15. So that's 15 more minutes than 1, which is 15 more minutes than now.
All right, so I should have printed that out if you were going to quiz me on it, and I didn't. I will just say that you said I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing for or against. What I'm trying to do is make sure the board has the fullest picture possible of what would be involved in doing those kinds of things. So I have to refresh my recollection of how we constructed that scenario in order to answer that question. But what I would say, sort of in a bigger picture point of view, is that if the takeaway is you want us to explore more fully the idea of what would happen if the time between buses at the elementary level was lengthened, and see what flexibility that gave us, I would say, okay, well, we'll start to explore that. And then to Ms. Abramson's point, this would have cost implications. So, one scenario has the cost implications of creating some tarmac. Another scenario might have cost implications of how you staff additional time supervising kids. And then you would look at those things in their totality and say, I'd rather spend the time on the supervision with kids because it gets us X, Y, and Z in their development. Or you might say, I want to spend the money on the tarmac either way because I don't like the idea of kids milling around at the high school at the end of the day when they could be getting home or getting to their jobs or whatever. And that may be worth doing in any event. But I think my perspective on the exercise that we just went through is we've narrowed our choices significantly. And now I feel like our responsibility as administration is to pick one or two scenarios and really flesh them out as though they were real and come back to you with proposals that have firm numbers attached to them and a real sense of where the friction points would be if we were actually to move forward with them, what would happen with clubs, et cetera.
And I apologize for quizzing you. But I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And what I'd like to see from my perspective is really just compare what we have now and the best possible 8 a.m. start time scenario. And just compare those two and maybe, we're not going to do another thought exchange, but maybe come up with a way to sort of gauge the community's feedback in those two scenarios.
Right. And I would just say, I've alluded to this, but I want to make a sharp point on it for anyone who's watching, is that this is not going to occur in fall of 2023. Just to make that clear, the soonest we could do something like this would be fall of 2024. So I'm regarding this as initial feedback that helps us figure out how to do this. But just the software, the routing process of the software is going to be a several month exercise. Just to give you a sense of that.
I like Brian's point. I'm thankful that Brian brought up the point of different scenarios of 8 o'clock, dividing the wishes of the public. And I think what we need to focus on is, number one, especially for us as the board, I think it's important for us to put our own desires of when the start time should be down, and then really listen to the public's opinion. And I'm glad that we had a large number of participants, 4,000. That I think what we need to do is encourage people to continue to participate and voice their opinion. I think that's the most important thing. And if we try to put our desire input in it by coming up with, things to steer one way or another, I think that's a dangerous point. So just want us to keep an open mind and not try to see if we can make the difference towards the side that we want.
I think you had said that there was no difference, or I read there was no difference between the scenarios between elementary, middle, and high school, that it was evenly supported or something like that. But is it possible to also, if we do another survey, to add to the elementary school parents specifically, asking them how they feel about adding 15 minutes or a half hour extra and what options could be for that day? It may be that there's support for that, or it may turn out that there isn't. Some parents may like that there might be extra time built in for social emotional health or for clubs or other things, and some people may hate it, so it may make sense to add that in as a extra kind of addendum aimed directly at the elementary school kids, so you kind of see how they feel, because that might make it easier to make the decision. If they love it, then that makes it easier, and if they hate it, then we know.
Thanks, Susan. And Dr. Rogers, obviously it goes without saying, I know we get into the minutia of the busing and the construction and the times, but at the end of the day, I think the reason we had embarked on this exercise was, how does this improve our education? How is our reading scores going up? How are, our literacy score is going up? But at the end of the day, we're going to go through this whole change. And we don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg because we're doing real good now. So we want to improve on what we're doing, and it has to be a marginal improvement. Because why go through all this trouble if it's going to just be, what is it? The squeeze is not worth, was it?
The juice ain't worth
The juice is not worth the squeeze. So I don't want to lose sight of that. The big picture is we're not in busing, we're not in construction, we're in the business of improving our education. That's what we're here for. So, the way I look at it as our value is how everything we're doing is that improving our overall education at the school. Is that building our social emotional well-being? And that's a great point that you had just brought up, that Susan just said, oh, we're going to spend more time doing emotional education during the day. Yeah, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, I'm for that. The kids off the iPad for another half hour. So obviously there's costs associated with the staff and the teachers, and we have contracts. But at the end of the day, I kind of want to look at the big picture is how do we improve the very good education that we have now and make it better, not just, the times. So I'm sorry. And I know you had a question.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Just a thought. Based on what we see coming from the survey, in general, we see that parents and students and some staff are interested in a later start time. But I'm thinking out of the elementary and middle school parents that maybe have not gone through the high school, haven't had the experience of children going through the high school, whether or not offering up some information as to what a later start time would mean as far as any changes in before and after school programs or programming during the school day, that might change. Somebody who has never gone through the high school before might change their thoughts if they say, oh, well, now my child may have to choose something as opposed to having more offered to them. So I'm just wondering if whether or not that information was out there for those parents to read, and for also the high school parents who are just starting out, if it may have swayed the survey in any way, shape, or form. And also, like everybody else has said, if whether or not they saw what the cost differentiation would be, whether or not that would have any effect on the survey as well. Because this is great that we have the idea people are interested, but the interest may go down if they see that there's like no, not that there's no benefit, but we're actually hurting what we already have in place, because we're only really gaining that 20 minutes. If we do an 8 o'clock, you're really only gaining 20 minutes in the morning for the high schoolers as far as, and I don't really know if you're really going to gain any sleep that way. So anyway, it's just a thought wanted to throw out there. The other thing, the other thing that is non-related to this, it is very, very cold in here. And if anybody that's in charge of air could just turn it down, because every once in a while it's like Arctic blast. I would really, thank you so much. I don't want to be a pain, but thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Lisa. I just wanted to add on to Lisa's point too, was I kind of feel like this whole discussion, I know we have sacrifices, but we obviously don't want to take away all of what we're doing. We want to make it a plus. We want to add stuff. So yes, it would be great, but at the end of the day, go back to the same point. We don't want to take away what we've already done. We want to add on to it. So Lynn, go ahead.
Sorry, just one more thing. If we're going to put something out there to the community, which I think we should, when we have more information, I also think maybe we should include something about, we have a lot of expenditures that in buildings and facilities and money that we need to put into like spacing and construction and improvements. And I would love to see in the grand scope of where we spend our money, if this is the priority for the community or if it's not as much the priority for the community in terms of there's one pot of money. So where we spend our money has to do with lots of different things. So if this is a really big priority, we as a board can understand that. If it's less so and they want more space, better facilities, better things, and that's more important, that's something we should also understand.
May I take a
Oh,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to ask if I could make an attempt at summarizing the discussion so that I will tell you what I think my marching orders are.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I hear from,
Your question? You want to Go ahead, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. You have this.
So I hear the board telling me that you want us to narrow the choices, flesh out something that is more modest to compete with scenario 4 so that we have better understanding of what the public thinks about two more narrow options, explore the idea of what would happen if we had extended the bus length at least of the elementary school day, and then flesh out a little bit more the costs of doing this and the costs that might be associated with it. And come out with a new survey that asks the same questions, but some additional questions that ask about the community's priorities relative to other needs that the district has and relative to the choices or compromises that community members might be willing to make. And we would work on that, I think, for the balance of the spring and probably have something. We wouldn't want to survey people over the summer when they're not paying attention as much, but probably come back with a survey immediately in the fall. That's it.
Wait, hold on, what's wrong?
I just want to add one point after what Ms. Koshia said. It sounded like you were focused so much on 4 and you were giving reasons why 4 may not work and why parents that supported scenario 4 may not have had the information they needed to, support or not support it. And I just feel like if we're going to go through the exercise of coming up with a host of new scenarios, is there even support among us to do such a drastic change at this point? And I'm not offering my opinion, just trying to figure out where we are, because we could be a year from now doing the same thing with 4 new scenarios.
Well, I guess that's a threshold question for you as the board. I'd like to at least take one more stab at putting something together based on the feedback that you gave me from this information. You can look at it and tell me that you're not interested in it, and I would accept that judgment. And I would just say in terms of the facility cost associated just with this, any scenario where the high school doesn't go first, the only way it works is if you can load and unload high school buses faster, because now those buses are in the middle of everything. If you think about elementary buses, they have 7 campuses to unload on. It's a ton of curb space. They can disgorge their kids very quickly because there's so much space to work with. But all of the buses come to a single campus where the high school is concerned. And so that ends up being a bottleneck in this whole process as well. How quickly you can get kids onto and off of buses at a single campus. It's actually a huge factor in this. And anytime the high school doesn't go first, what works now is the buses are sitting on Southwoods Road for an hour before they load at the end of the day. And they're staged. If you have them returning from a middle school run to pick up at the high school, staging that is going to be complex. And you have to have a way of doing that so that the kids' bus is always in the same place every day so that they find the bus and the bus loads quickly and it can turn around and be ready for the next. So again, I don't mean to dissuade you. This has been something the board has carried as a priority for several years. And I never want to say that the logistics are something that has defeated us from achieving something that you said was a priority. So I'd like to at least have the opportunity to take this feedback and digest it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Dr. Rogers. And also, I think we've, as a board, had spoken about this before too, was either scenario or no scenario, that unloading, especially at the high school or an alternative routes, maybe is something you can look into, because it's obviously there's traffic there. We have a lot of space at the high school. So maybe that's something to look into, the curbside alternatives where we're not on, because this was not designed for this many students and all of these cars and all these buses. So. Carol.
Okay, definitely a lot of interesting discussions going around. So just looking at the timeline, if we were to, Dr. Rogers mentioned that if we were to implement this, the earliest we could do it is September 24. And then so from now till I guess, the end of the year, because we're going to have the budget meeting again in February of next year, and Dr. Rufo would need to have enough time to put that into the budget. When does the board need to decide on this? If we were to have it done by September 24, that's number one. And number two, so this topic we've been discussing this since 2016, if not earlier. So it's been a very long time. And the community has gone through different stages of the discussion. And if we were to put out another survey, Thought Exchange is very interesting, very lively, but it also takes time to fill it out. How do we encourage the community to participate in that? So the next time around, we don't get less and less participation. People get tired of this and then they don't participate, and that defeats the purpose of putting it out there. So maybe administration could think of a way to encourage participation even more to get the best outcome.
Yep. Answering your questions in reverse to buy myself time for the first question. I think survey fatigue is an issue. And so that's why I think we wouldn't want to survey the community again until the fall, so that it's not right on the heels of this survey. And that also gives us the summer to really work on this when we're not in the middle of a budget season. When would the board have to make a decision? I don't want to tie myself down to a date, but if we knew for sure what we were doing before the New Year's break, that would probably be better.
Yeah, so a question, or I don't know, maybe it's a comment, but the order of magnitude costs to the high school, do we have some idea what that would be for scenario 4? Just order of magnitude, $500, $5 million, $50 million, some number that is in order of magnitude we can sort of digest before we go off again. I'm highly skeptical to some extent that we are going to get enough survey feedback again on a third pass at this. And I feel like we're punting this without coming to any kind of conclusion. And I feel like if we have some order of magnitude to understand what the scenario 4 is going to cost, that I think now would be a better time to know that than in the fall.
Yeah, so the cost of the tarmac, off the top of my head, I'm remembering a number that was in the range of like $750,000 one-time cost. So that's something we would do as a transfer to capital kind of a project. To Mr. Rotolo's point, it's something you may want to consider in any event, because as we were thinking about how that would function, you would basically take any of the buses that right now are trying to make left turns out of the exit circle at the high school to go north on Southwoods Road, and they would exit from either Pell Lane to the north on Southwoods Road, but away from the high school proper, or they would exit from Pell Lane through Chelsea to get to Cold Spring Road. And that would significantly reduce the bus pressure and left turns, which make me nervous, on Southwoods Road. So there's separate and apart from the loading issue, there's an advantage to what we were designing, but I remember the number being $750,000 or something. And I'm staring at Dr. Rufo's back and hoping she'll nod and say that my recollection's somewhere in the ballpark. And then we added 4 additional buses during COVID in order to achieve more social distance on buses. What we're in the process of doing now is seeing if we can peel the buses back to 2018-19 levels for the current year. So that means giving up the 4 buses that we took on. We think that giving up those 4 buses might save us on an order of magnitude, say $300,000. So that gives you a sense of what 4 buses might cost. So if we need those 4 buses back to make this project work, then that might be a $300,000 a year annual cost. If it's 6 buses to make this work, it's $500,000, maybe it could be less if those buses were vans and not full-length 66 passenger buses, et cetera. But you're asking for order of magnitude. I'm ballparking for you. Yep.
And for the 1 8 o'clock start time, order of magnitude comparison cost, same general ballpark, more or less, nothing. I mean, obviously elementary extended day complicates things.
Right. So if we're extending that day by using, let's say, monitor staff, that's obviously one of our least costly workforces. I don't think that I can ballpark that for you off the top of my head and feel confident about the number I give you. What I would say on the busing side of it is kind of the same answer as the last question. If it takes 4 buses, might be 300 grand. If it takes 8 buses, might be double that or a little less. We'd find efficiencies with the additional buses because we'd reroute. And every time, whenever we have more buses, we find more efficiencies. The inefficiencies come from trying to pack the buses. So there are inefficiencies in routing because if you're trying to get more kids on it, then the bus goes into more nooks and crannies and it slows the bus down. Whereas buses go faster when they don't have to go into as many different alcoves and neighborhoods and cul-de-sacs, et cetera. But that costs money to speed the buses up. That's essentially the problem. It's the same number of kids that we're moving. It's just when you try to move them faster, you need more rolling stock to do it.
So that 750,000, is that the raw amount, or is it after the state aid, the construction?
That would be before state aid. So as Dr. Rufo said, our state aid number keeps going up. It'd be 40, we'd get almost 42 cents back on the dollar for that. But actually, I don't know that we would get it back on pavement project because it's not associated with an instructional space. So it would have to be part of a larger project that included instructional space in order for that to generate aid. So that's when I would have to look at more closely with Dr. Rufo. We might have to have our fiscal advisor look at that with us as well to see if it would generate aid. It's not a yes, no question. It's complicated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you want to move on to your second part?
So the Board of Regents met today and took action on a proposed regulation that they had first described in December of 22. They put the regulation out shortly thereafter. The rules that the state operates by is any regulation that they're not adopting on an emergency basis has to be public for a 60-day comment period. And then at the end of that 60-day comment period, the Board of Regents can adopt it. And they also do a fiscal impact statement along with the comment period so that there's a sense of what the cost would be. So the Regents did adopt their regulation today. They made one fairly significant change to the regulation, not so much with respect to mascots, but with respect to wearing apparel that might have an Indigenous mascot on it, say from a professional sports team or a legacy mascot in a school district. So I just want to go through the Regents' action a little bit. So the things that have not changed is that the regulations require boards of education to adopt resolutions no later than the last day of the school year to retire any mascot that doesn't comply with the regulations. The school districts are then given 2 years to eliminate evidence of the mascot. So these would be things like scoreboards, the end zones of fields, et cetera. Uniforms. So the penalties remain the same for non-compliance. It could be removal of school officers and withholding of state aid, although what is typical for the state is they wouldn't go to their most muscular sanction first. They would try to seek compliance before they went to muscular sanctions instead. And the part that they changed from their original proposal, the original proposal said no individual, that's the word they use, may wear Indigenous mascot logo themed wear anywhere on school grounds. So that would prevent somebody from wearing, let's say, an Atlanta Braves baseball jersey to school. I think there were some concerns about First Amendment implications there. So the adopted regulation was narrowed to just say school staff or officers. Board trustees, of course, are officers, are prohibited from wearing something like that. So whether it was an old jersey from a legacy mascot at the school or a jersey from a professional sports team that used an Indigenous mascot, people who are employed by or who are officers of the district, but not. Then they, as they typically do, they shared a number of the comments that they received during the 60-day comment period and then responded to the comments with their own response. And combing through some of those responses in the Q&A, they noted that state building aid would be available to defray capital costs. So something like the end zone of the turf field would certainly be a capital project. There is an Indigenous mascot advisory group that is responsible for making determinations on what mascots would be deemed inappropriate. And even though the regulation was not yet adopted, that group apparently has been meeting. And there was a school district that had secured some support from someone who was a representative and an Indigenous group. And they were using the term Braves and hoping to continue to use the term Braves. The mascot advisory group rejected their petition. So it's clear from the experience of that. It's clear from the experience of that school district that we wouldn't be successful with the advisory group if we were to advance a similar petition. And in the document itself, in the Q&A section, they specifically reference the terms Braves and Warriors and illustrates that they would, in evaluating that term, they would look to see, I don't know why my microphone keeps going in and out, but they would look to see whether the school district using that term had a history of using it in a way that referenced Indigenous imagery, and if so, they would see it as a legacy of that. So it would not be possible to rebrand those in a way that would be permissible by the state. They did say that an additional guidance document is anticipated. I wouldn't imagine that the guidance document would weaken the regulation in any way. It might just give a little bit more specificity in how we would comply or how we would get building aid for it. But I think every question that I had was answered in their Q&A document.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rogers. Does anybody have questions for Dr. Rogers? No. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the Citizens Advisory Committee. Usually Michelle Yen gives the update, but this month, Jack did us a favor and he's going to basically give us the summary. Jack?
Sure, I have a couple of written comments I'm going to read. So we covered essentially three major topics. Number one, Dr. Rufo briefed the committee about the adoption of a new solution to reduce the borrowing costs associated with our tax anticipation notes, our TANs. So the district is issuing multiple tranches of TAN borrowings of different shorter maturities to better match the district's cash flow and reduce our interest costs associated with these borrowings. Number two, the committee went over the plan for deploying reserves to the pooled lending vehicle provider, NICLAS, that we adopted at the last meeting. Further, the group conversed about the increased risks we've seen in the financial system, including recent bank failures and the rise in risks associated with the U.S. Treasury market around the forthcoming debt ceiling debate. We also examined our use of a new collateral structure in our accounts to potentially allow for higher interest rates but still with appropriate protection of our reserves. And number three, lastly, the committee discussed a recent meeting several trustees had with the Tower Foundation, which is a 501c3 fundraising vehicle located in Manhasset. We went over its structure, the type of fundraisers it engaged in, and the projects the Tower Foundation tended to donate money for, which were mostly what were described as exciting things that might grab the attention of potential local donors. The committee coalesced around the idea that as a requirement to form such an organization, local community members needed to take the initiative on their own to begin what might be a multi-year effort to create such a vehicle. The committee then brainstormed about ways that individuals in the community who had such an interest could potentially independently network themselves to begin that work. And I mean, the meeting went longer than that summary, but it was sort of a lively discussion. For those of you that are there, you can remember. That's my report.
Okay, thank you so much, Jack. Okay, we're going to move on to the board update. Lisa, do you want to give an update on the board annual tour?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the temperature change. It's definitely better. I appreciate it. On March 24th, the board spent the day touring the district from 8 to 3. It was a full day. We rode on a yellow school bus. It was actually pretty exciting. We went to each of the buildings in the district. We were greeted at every school by talented musicians, whether it was a band, an orchestra, a chorus. We had student council members meet us at the front door. We had principals and faculty members. The focus of this tour was for us to see how curriculum cross-cutting, how that was taking place in grades K to 12. We saw, for example, a gym class taking place in the elementary school. They were working on basketball skills, and they incorporated how to do a math lesson and also word building activities. Some of us actually joined in the basketball. It was actually a very interesting way to see how this is taking place. We saw some social studies lessons that incorporated math skills, science skills. So that was a great day. We visited over 16 classes of students. We saw innovative methods of learning throughout each of the grade levels. The most impressive part, I would say, is that based on what we saw, you could see that this type of learning is happening all year round. It wasn't just the day that we got there. These children are very much used to working in groups and working with different teachers on their grade levels and other grade levels as well. So it was just really impressive. And I think all of us can say thank you to everybody at the schools, the leadership, the teachers, the faculty, the students of Syosset who just really welcomed us and showed us a great day. I also wanted to say that while we were on this tour, it was hard not to see some of the facility work that is needed throughout pretty much all of the buildings in the district. It's definitely helpful for us to be in the buildings to see firsthand what each building may need, because they are all very different. But that was the only downside. The upside was the entire day and just seeing the smiling faces of all the kids and all of the wonderful people that work here. So just a big thank you. I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything, but it's honestly one of the best days of the year as a board member. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. One of the things I wanted to add was one of the reasons we do the facilities tour is because, you know, we sit up here and we get reports and we have meetings, but to me, I think it's very important for us to be hands-on and actually witness it and experience it ourselves of what goes on in the school day at all of the buildings. And what Lisa said, I just want to add on to it was that you see the students, you see how happy they are. They're welcoming. It's a very, very safe environment. You know, I observed the relationship between the teachers and the students. It's just a wonderful place. And all I kept thinking when I was walking around was, wow, this is unbelievable how much different this experience is from when I was in elementary school or high school or middle school. So to me, the learning was incredible. The attitude and the enthusiasm and how mature the students were. I mean, I had conversations with kindergartens where I was like, wow, you're more interesting than most adults. So it's just it's a tribute to our students, obviously our parents, the teachers, the staff. I can't thank everybody enough. I'd like to thank Philly for putting everything together. Just an absolutely wonderful day. Just great pride, great school spirit. Brian, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from how great it was, but I'll let you guys give all that. And I'm wondering, since we may be going into a period of some significant construction, if maybe we can make sure we have a summer when the kids are not in school tour of the buildings focused solely on the facilities. That's pretty important to me. And as great as it is to be in the school when the kids are there and meet with everyone, we really can't look at the ceilings. So not that there's anything wrong with the ceilings, just that's an example.
Yeah, we did do that last year, and I anticipate doing that again with you this summer as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd echo the thoughts about getting an opportunity to observe firsthand what's going on in the classrooms. Tom, I think your point about us being up here and being removed from it and not sort of being on the floor and participating in some of the activities, we sort of lose some of the important details of why we're doing this. In fact, to my point of view, I think we should be doing it more and probably in a less organized fashion instead of being, socially distant strangers in the buildings. I think we should be in the buildings more often, observing what's going on. A half hour to coordinate with a principal to see a lesson in the library, a half an hour to run over to a different building. And I think the more we're in the buildings, the more information that we're going to be able to gather firsthand, that we're going to be able to see. I think it's really important. I'd love to pursue those opportunities with a little bit less fanfare and violin playing when I enter. Maybe, I mean, yeah, it was amazing, but I don't want the honors. I want the information. So.
Okay. There were no legislative items, and next we'll move to audience of the public. Please read the statement on the agenda to become more familiar with our procedures. The Syosset Board of Education and the administration welcome your audience at the Board of Education meeting. Audience to the public affords residents of the district, residents only, the opportunity to address the Board of Education. Residents must enter their full name and address into the register at the podium located at the microphone before they speak. Each resident will have 4 minutes to address the Board of Education. The board will not permit polling of any board members by speakers. After every resident wishing to speak has had the opportunity to do so, the Board of Education and/or the administration will do their best to provide responses to the residents' questions or comments. After every resident has a chance to speak, the chair may recognize residents who wish to address the Board of Education a second time after their initial 4-minute turn. No speaker is permitted to address issues concerning any individual student or staff member. All in attendance at the Board of Education public meeting must conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Anybody want to come up? Hi, Trish.
Hi, Tom. Good evening. Thank you for entertaining my redundant late start time qualms. And I will be redundant because some of you asked and volleyed about some of the concerns I have, but it's important that you hear from the community too. I'm a teacher in the district in the high school, and it's important that I go through what I am too. I had 3 students that went through the system, 3 through the high school, 3 athletes. 1 was a Barry Tech student. And I was also a Barry Tech teacher. So I know very a lot about all of this. And it's important. I'm really against the 9 o'clock start time for a lot of reasons. And that survey to me was flawed because it did not take into account those Barry Tech kids. It did not take into account those multi-sport athletes. Those kids are going to have to come in the morning to practice. What about them? When my daughter was on swim team, if she's coming to the pool at 7 a.m, she has to go through the whole day like that. She would be exhausted. Those kids matter, and they have to be addressed with a 9 o'clock start time. Are the fields ready for a late practice after 4 o'clock when it starts getting dark, 4:30, 5 o'clock? I'm in the library. I know that it gets dark then. All of that matters to me. Let me just get my notes. I want you to think ask about the teenagers that did answer that survey too. When you ask them, do you want to sleep late? They're going to say, yeah, man, of course I want to sleep late. But you must preface it with, well, you could sleep late, but if you're on lacrosse or football, you're going to have to come in at 7 a.m. You can't sleep late. Some kids can, but not you guys. That stuff really matters. And that is really important to address when we are doing another survey. And also as a resident, I want to know the costs. I know that came up, but I have to say that again. The costs matter. It might have swayed the way some people answered that. So not everyone in Syosset is affluent. It matters. Every dollar matters to those people. And they look at their taxes. And that's the number one conversation of people in the neighborhood is what their taxes are. And even $500,000 matters to someone. They might want something else with that 500. Maybe we could send another 10 kids to Barry Tech with that money. All of that is something that I think we need to address and pay attention to. And also, I just want you to know the survey was flawed. I answered it 3 times. I hope I don't get in trouble for that, but I did. You could go back in. And I tried to rate the answers to some of those questions. When it was at 50, I was an hour into it. So think about that. I never got to the 2,400th question. So I don't know how the data was presented. I'm not a data person. I'm not a numbers person. But, what if only those first 50 questions, what if those ratings are the only thing that appears here? I really just want you to know that some people like me are questioning that. So, and that's all I have to say. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Trish. You can keep coming up, okay?
Hi, thank you for the forum to speak tonight. We'll sign this. Elise Panico. We've listened to extensive discussion on school start times. Most of that ended up being a conversation around transportation concerns and associated costs, rightfully so, came with that. I'll ask that when considering transportation overhauls and potential additional costs to the budget, that we consider where we are already lacking. And I'll specifically ask and speak tonight for a moment about the athletic transportation for select teams that are lacking. Specifically, my question tonight is, why is the middle school and JV and varsity golf teams, all recognized sports teams that get absolutely no transportation whatsoever? And they have to practice and meet off premise. They have no choice. There's not 18 holes on the property. That means the parents have to drive to and from the practice facilities 3 to 4 times a week with hours in between, several more hours in between when they are playing the tournaments. And I'd like to know what considerations are being made to correct this. We know there's a transportation shortage, but year over year, our hands are up in the air. And you can only imagine that whether you are the CEO of your household, a company, have multiple kids, how challenging that is to be faced with having to do that back and forth several times a week. And I understand the shortage. We've talked about it extensively. Even one way would help. If they're practicing later at night, obviously golfers cannot play in the dead of night, but if there's a way to route even them getting back to the school, that would be a huge help and a relief, I imagine, for many parents, especially working parents. On a side note, the busing can certainly be streamlined in some way with timing by combining some of the bus stops. The buses don't have to stop at nearly every single house on a block. And that could free up some time, just some points to consider. But as a parent, a working parent in the community, someone who's proud of her own child for being able to qualify for these teams that are a lot of hard work. They deserve the opportunity. And as we know, these kids have lost a lot with COVID, and part of the team experience is the camaraderie in transportation. Thank you for the forum tonight.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know if I know many of you, and many of you don't know who I am. My name is Michael Finkelstein. I've lived here for 25 years. I was born and raised in Plainview, lived in this community my entire life. I'm very, very concerned about certain things that have been brought to my attention pertaining to the proposed mascot change and the name change that has been in this community forever. It seems like, and don't take this the wrong way or take it any way you want, that this board has predetermined what they're going to do already. And I have a problem with that. I saw a memo up on the board that had a line item that pertained to the changing of the end zone. Why are we even discussing this yet? There are so many steps that need to be taken before we can get to this end result. I'm not happy with what the Board of Regents did today. I think they're trying to strong arm our community. I think they're trying to strong arm all the communities. I just received a letter recently in the last 2 hours from my friend in Massapequa. I don't know if this board is aware of it. The school board there, and I don't know if anybody spoke to their school board, are going to fight this. Are we willing to fight this? Are we just going to sit back and say, listen to me, we're going to change our name? What gives them the right to tell us? The Board of Regents. I don't know really much about the Board of Regents. My understanding is they're not an elected board. And then there was this, Dr. Rogers spoke about what the ramifications would be or could be to our school district. And there was something up on the board about removal of school officials. Well, what school officials are we talking about? Who can be removed? Why should that be an issue for the Board of Regents? Why should our school officials be jeopardized by them? Our school officials, if I'm not mistaken, are unionized. I don't think the union would even ever entertain that before they took this thing to court. And in addition, cutting state funding. Now, my question really is, because I don't know enough about this to speak as much or as intelligently I like to, is what type of state funding are we talking about? I saw a number up on the board tonight of $25 million. Is that what we're talking about? My understanding from speaking to other people in other school districts is that Manhasset, and I could be all wrong, said, you know what? We're not going to deal with this because we don't even get enough state funding. So if somebody could address these things to the public at large so we can have a much better understanding about what we're really looking at, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks, Mike. Anybody else come up and speak? Going once?
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. My name is Adam Waxer. To thank the board. Many of you, I might have sent in an email or two, so I don't want to reiterate exactly what was said, but hopefully to reiterate what Michael has said. The thing that came from the State Board of Regents today was definitely something that we are not happy about and wanted to discuss and ask the questions for the board of exactly what you guys are planning on doing and understanding that there's a mascot and there's a name. There's two important things. And I'm sitting here right now, and I will admit, I'm wearing a Brave head on my shirt. I'm the first to admit that I believe the Brave head should be removed. Our logo has been, from my understanding lately, been our S moniker. And that is what I think this community should be doing and utilizing going forward. So first things first, I think as a community, the removal of the Brave head was probably something that should have been done and needs to be done. So that's that. The next is the word Braves. And I'm not sure that the State Board of Regents can make that determination that the word Braves or Brave is totally and 100% for Native Americans. It means more to that. This community believes in that name. We are the Braves. We are a statement made by a lot of us in social media, alumni, once a Brave, always a Brave. And that's how we feel. And that's how we identify ourselves here in this community, with that name. And our children and our alumni and everybody feels that. And I think that's a very important part. And we would ask for you guys to take that into consideration. And that's what we're asking for. There's some other communities who are saying that they're going to ask their legal counsel to advise them. And so we would ask the board to please ask our legal counsel to advise us on what we could be doing, understanding that a resolution perhaps has to be adopted, but I would ask that that resolution be withheld until we get our legal counsel to advise us on anything that we are able to do with us as an individual community, or perhaps teaming up with other communities. Dr. Rogers, I would also ask the question about I know there was some statement about another school district, Cayuga, using that. Did we participate in that as well? Is that known that Syosset was on record with the State of Regents, Board of Regents, asking them if we could keep our name? An alternative, and I know, again, maybe there'll be some process if this is going to go a different way, where we would have to put together a committee, talk about a new name, new mascot. I would ask that in alternative, perhaps use just the name Brave, the Brave, maybe not Braves, if that has some meaning towards it, but that's another meaning strong, meaning courage, meaning people that in this community have been doing that for many, many years. And I think that would be something that from a dollar perspective, perhaps could be helpful to us. Maybe not have to change the entire end zone. Maybe just change the letter S and keep the word Brave. Maybe weight rooms can be, the letter S can be taken over. So these are things to be taken into consideration. Lastly, the word Brave, again, you can go into the dictionary, what it means and what it stands for. There's been public companies, Pixar, there's movies. The word is something that does not mean and associated strictly with Native Americans, and they do not have the right. There's no 100% use of that name Braves with the Native American moniker. So I would ask that the board take that into consideration. Other things have done that. The NCAA has done it. Bradley University, Bradley Braves, they went to the NCAA. They made a petition. They removed their logo. They use the letter B as a moniker. That would be identical to what we would be doing. Use an S moniker and continue on with just being the Brave, the home of the brave. Our Star Spangled Banner, our national anthem, uses that word at the very end, that slogan at the end, the home of the brave, patriotism. And that's what I think we would do. Thank you. That's it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Luciano. I've lived in this neighborhood. Well, I don't really want to age myself. Long time. And I've been through the system and everything like that. I'm wearing this jacket tonight, not to offend anybody by any means. I understand that we have now shifted into a new time where we have to be looking at certain things differently. I just want to remind everybody that when every single uniform or jacket like this was given out, it was given out as an honor of representation. It was never to insult anybody. So if moving forward, our community needs to forfeit our mascot, I come to you with a very troubled heart to even fathom the idea of losing Braves. I am a Syosset Brave, and one of the things we always say is once a brave, always a brave. My children are Syosset Braves. We decided to stay here in this community where I grew up and raise our children. And I think so much things to consider as far as dropping the S. Because what are we going to start doing? Taking songs away, the name Brave, taking movies away with the name Brave. I think it's worth the fight. And that's all I wanted to say to you tonight. I hope you'll fight for us.
Hi, I'm Melissa Foreman. Truthfully, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I'm going to. I'm at 44 Orchard Drive. I have 2 kids in the school district. My son Oliver is 4th grade at Whitman. My daughter Hazel is 7th grade at HBT. I know some people have come up and spoken, and I'm sure I'm not going to be the most popular person here today. I do, however, understand the decision of the New York Board of Regents and what it says. And it's unequivocal at this point. Like, truthfully, I was disappointed in the board not taking a stand. I mean, you are our elected officials, and it's your job to promote the values of the Syosset community. And that is for tolerance and inclusivity and for cultural awareness. And that goes for cultures and races that may not be widely represented in our district. They still matter. I do have some language from today's decision. The adopted mascot regulations require that any team name or logos or other associated imagery connected with Indigenous peoples or nations are vestiges of practices contrary to the requirements of the proposed regulations and would need to change. Furthermore, Indigenous mascot advisory groups rejected the premise that the name honors Indigenous people. This was supported by the Ondira, the Mohawk Tribal Council, and the Shinnecock Native American Council, which does represent Long Island. This has been going on since 2001, when the Education Commissioner put forth his directive trying to phase this out. I don't know why it's still up for debate in 2023. It's ridiculous. We live in a progressive world. Things are not the same as they were in the 80s or the 90s, and we need to get with it. Thank you.
Oh boy. My name is Kim Rampanelli. This is my first time speaking to the board. I just want to let you all know that I'm a lifelong resident of Syosset School District. I was born and raised here, 3 generations. I'm here 53 years. My children have graduated Syosset. My sister graduated Syosset. I have cousins that were born in the district, left the district, came back to the district, raised families that are in the district here. I've been a member of the PTA board for over 14 years. I was on the council school board of PTAs. I'm a part-time one supervisor at an elementary school here in the district. I've run the Syosset Scholarship Fund, and I just want to let you know that I was in sports myself. I was a swimmer. I played lacrosse. I had the Indian head on the back of my jackets. Of course, they don't fit me anymore from 1989, graduating Syosset, but my children were in sports and in acting, and they had it as well. And I just want to say that about 9 years ago, I also ran the barn at the football field to raise money for scholarship. And I've done a lot of spirit wear through the district, selling Syosset Braves merchandise. And I just want to show you something on the back of my sweatshirt that I wore here tonight that I designed with 2 alumni from Syosset. And it says, once a brave, always a brave. And I just want to say that, you know, I know things are changing, but my daughter also is a performer and a singer, and she has sung many times here for Syosset School District, the national anthem. And to see her sing on a football field at a basketball game, okay, and ending with the word in that national anthem, home of the Braves, okay, is very meaningful. And just, if you're going to take away the S, make it brave, whatever. I don't care. But I just had to come up here and speak tonight on behalf of myself and alumni and other alumni that I've shared my comments with that could not be here tonight and speak because they don't live in the district anymore. It's really sad, but I hope we could do something about it. Hope we could fight for this. Because I think a lot more people could come to this. Maybe we need to have a meeting just with the community. Okay, set up a time and a day and have something where people can come from the community and speak just about, you know, the Braves. You know, and I also do supervising too. So I'm very involved with the sports in the community, and I still plan on doing that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
You're welcome.
Good evening, board. Good evening, David Friedman, Woodbury, New York. You know, to further some of my people I'm here with tonight regarding the Braves, you know, I have two children that are in the school district now. They compete in sports. My son's a senior in high school. My daughter's a ninth grader. You know, their identity as a sports player is, you know, the word Braves, you know. My daughter is a Lady Brave. I mean, that's what they call them in all their and all the correspondence with coaches. You know, Braves lead the way. Once a brave, always a brave. This is how this community identifies. This is multiple generations of people that have come through this district. This is it. There's no other way to put it. I can agree with, you know, like my colleague Adam said, where, you know, the mascot, I love the mascot. I love the Brave head, but I can see how times have changed and maybe it is time to say goodbye to the mascot. That's why, you know, for the Syosset lacrosse team and the booster club, you know, we designed a new logo this year. My wife and I spent, you know, I don't know, tens of hours designing a new logo that was a little more PC. Okay. It doesn't have the Brave in it. It doesn't have the Brave head on it. It's more PC, but taking that away, the word Braves is still what this community is about, and you can't escape that. You know, and I hope that the board can be transparent and the board can look at ways of keeping this tradition alive and just not throwing it away and heeding to, you know, to people that really have no understanding. I mean, no one is doing anything improper. Nobody is putting anybody down. No, I mean, Dr. Rogers, you've gone to many, many sports events. I've seen you on the sidelines many times. I think you can honestly say that at every lacrosse game that you've gone to, every football game that you've gone to, you've never seen any of our students act inappropriately, try to denigrate any other children from any other background from where they come from. You know, and when those boys stand, whether they're football or their lacrosse, and they do the national anthem at the end, they're all holding their helmets up and they all shout out Braves at the end because that's what they are. So, you know, there's in the regulations, I know that it makes notes that, you know, all of the trophies and all the pictures and all the students for the last 50 some odd years that are hanging in the walls of the high school, you know, that they get to stay, that we don't have to erase that history from what our past was. So I don't see why we can leave the past, but we have to erase the future. And I hope that the board is willing to, pursue the legal aspects that need to take place in order for us to keep our name Braves, Brave, however we need to move forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Jacobson. I've spoken about this issue at 2 prior board meetings. And I have, in addressing this complicated issue, I have always tried to be at first pragmatic. And I came to the board because the Department of Education issued guidelines that to me were pretty clear about what we need to do as a community. I think today's further guidance from the Department of Education makes it what was very obvious and clear to me back in November, very clear again. If we continue to use the name Braves, we as a district have a problem. We will be in violation of the law. And I think today's decision, according to what Dr. Rogers read, really made that clear in no uncertain terms. And while I appreciate nostalgia and I appreciate what that name may mean to some members of our community, I feel a very strong connection to the town that I grew up in on Long Island. It wasn't Syosset, but a different town. I also think that so much of everyone coming here tonight, they're continuing to wear and use these monikers that are undoubtedly have been deemed offensive and that are now just completely tied to our name. And I think that the struggle we face if we continue to, for whatever reason, advocate for using Braves, I think as the Board of Education, the Department of Education has made clear, we, by initially creating that tie to that name, we really as a district will face a problem of not being able to escape what we have associated with it, and which many people have even acknowledged tonight. We live in a world where we don't want to offend people who have made it clear, the indigenous tribes federally and locally have made it clear that they find the use of these mascots offensive. So I don't quite understand why as a district, we would think it is in our best interests to spend legal bills and resources on something that is really clear and decided, and to me, not really what our district would want to further represent. I think, I certainly support bringing the community together to find a way to unify us and bring us together. In fact, when I came and spoke to the district back in December, that was my first request. Get on this, bring us together, take a stand, make a decision, and come up with a way to unite the community around this important issue. And here we are months later, and we continue to be divided. So I hope that a vote is scheduled so we can decide how to move forward on this important issue. Thank you.
Anyone else? Does anybody else want to come up that hasn't come up yet?
I just want to address a few other points that were made that I'm really concerned about. First and foremost, many of you don't know, okay, then I'm a practicing attorney. I've been doing this for 31 years. I would love to know what law we're breaking because we're not breaking any laws. Second of all, another thing that maybe many of you don't know about is that I've been on the Syosset Soccer Club's board. I'm the oldest tenured member. I've been doing this for 17 years. I care more about this community than I guarantee most people in this room. And what I really care about is transparency, like David said. I want to know what this board is going to do. I want to know whether or not this board, our elected board, is going to fight for our community. That's what this is all about. Whether or not we change the name, whether or not we don't change the name, whether or not we change the mascot, whether or not it's politically correct or not, that's completely okay, up to our community and you guys to fight for us. That's what you're supposed to be doing. We want to know whether or not you're really going to stand up and fight for us. Like I stated before, I received a letter tonight from somebody from Massapequa. Their town and their Board of Education is going to stand up and fight. They don't believe that this is proper. Neither do I.
I actually agree with everything he just said. Obviously, my view on the subject is completely different, but you are our elected officials. This is on you. We got guidance. The guidance has been out there for months. And the fact that you haven't moved forward is what is creating this issue. I know Dr. Rotolo last month called for a vote and it went silent up there. What are you waiting for at this point? You're waiting for June 30th? It's already April. So yeah, you're right. It's time to take action.
Okay.
I'm not speaking as Walt Whitman PTA president. Sorry, I should have said that earlier.
Thank you so much. Okay. At this point, that's going to conclude audience of the public. Thank you, everybody, for coming up and speaking and giving us your input.
So I'll take a couple of seconds just to respond to some of the specific questions that were asked. First, I'm going to ask Dr. Rufo, who's been working with Mr. Stuber closely on the busing challenge. I would say broadly, the busing challenge with all athletics is there aren't spare buses to be had, so we have to wait for the buses to clear the last elementary run in order to be able to do athletics runs. And that's why the games have been typically starting at 5 o'clock. But it's a problem. It's not a problem if your practice is on campus, because you could still walk right out the door and start your practice. It is a problem with the practices off campus, like with golf or bowling, because they have to be transported even for practices. So I know there's been some developments with this because we have been working on it. Dr. Curry, can you just fill us in?
Yes, working with Mr. Stuber and Dr. Rufo, it's my understanding that the particular issue we're having with golf is not just the transportation to the golf course, but the particular tee times and the way that the practice and the events take place. I know that Mr. Stuber has been in contact with Huntington Coach. Huntington Coach has indicated that they can afford us a bus getting there, but right now they're saying the only time available will be at 2:15, which would work perfectly for our high school. However, we do have 8th graders that play on the team, which would mean that they would have to be missing their 9th period class in order to get the bus to transport to the Bethpage golf course. It is also my understanding, however, that now that we've returned from break, our JV team, which is my understanding the 8th graders play on, is now going to be practicing and playing at the Town of Oyster Bay course, which is much closer, in the hopes that transportation would be less onerous on the parts of parents in order to get there. Mr. Stuber is working again with Dr. Rufo's office in order to secure at least one bus to transport the students back at the end of their practices at Town of Oyster Bay, but also keeping in mind and in consultation with the golf coaches, because of the nature of golf and the way the tee times work, you may have a group of going through and playing that will be finishing an hour or even more before the last group finishes, and the bus would have to wait for all of them before it could transport back. So we're still working through the details. We are very sensitive to the need as expressed. It's just trying to navigate through all those specifics.
Thanks for that. And thanks for all the work that you and Dr. Rufo and Mr. Stuber have been putting into trying to solve that problem. Obviously, we want to create opportunities for kids to be able to participate, and we understand the imposition on parents to do transportation. With respect to the mascot conversation and some of the questions that were asked, I'll do a little bit of a 20,000 foot civics lesson on the Board of Regents, which is not terribly familiar to lots of people, but I have a lot of experience with because I began my career working for the legislature in Albany and then working in the community of people that were influential in education policy in Albany. And obviously the Board of Regents is the most influential education policy entity of all. So the Board of Regents, the members of the Board of Regents are elected by all of the members of the New York State Legislature, who are in turn elected by the public. So they are elected in a joint session, a joint bicameral session of the legislature. So that will be all of the New York State senators and all of the New York State assembly persons will be in joint session to elect members of the Board of Regents. There are regents from every judicial district in the state, and then there are 5 at-large regents, and there are a total of 17 members of the Board of Regents in all. The Board of Regents is the only state agency that is a legislative branch agency and not an executive branch agency. What does that mean? Every other commissioner of every other agency, DOT, the Department of Transportation, Department of Environmental Conservation, they're all appointed by the governor, and they all ultimately report to the governor through the governor's secretary. So the Commissioner of Education is appointed by the Board of Regents, and as I said, the Board of Regents is appointed by the legislature, is appointed by the legislature. Legislators are directly elected by the people. It is not an executive branch agency, it's a legislative branch agency. In the New York State Constitution, the State Board of Regents is invested with the authority and the power to make regulations in the area of education, higher education, the professions, and that means all of the registered and certified professions are through the State Board of Regents, and museums and libraries across the state of New York. So they have a very broad portfolio. Every state has some kind of state board of education. Every state works a little differently. New York State's Board of Regents are in the Constitution, and they have one of the broadest portfolios of responsibility. The regents enact regulations through their process, through their constitutional authority. The regulations that they enact have force of law. As a school administrator, I'm bound by and take an oath every year to follow the laws of the state of New York. And with respect to guidance that comes from the state education department, the state education department is the entity in Albany that is entrusted with interpreting the laws with respect to education, so whatever laws the legislature passes, and with respect to implementing the regulations that the Board of Regents adopts. The regents select the commissioner. All of the employees of the state education department report to the commissioner. The commissioner reports to the board, not unlike what happens here in Syosset. The employees of the Syosset School District report to me. I report to the Board of Education. So the Board of Regents process for adopting a regulation is they propose a regulation. That regulation goes into what's called the state register. It sits in the state register for 60 days. They take public comment on it. Sometimes they'll amend the regulations. And this is the procedure that all of the agencies, legislative branch or executive branch, use for creating regulations. Once those regulations are adopted by those agencies, they all have force of law, whether it's Department of Environmental Conservation or it's the New York State Board of Regents. Obviously for us, the entities that are controlling on the educational side of things, New York State Board of Regents, we're also bound by the New York State Civil Service Commission to the extent that we have public employees who work for us. We're bound by the Public Employees Relations Board, PERB, because we have unionized employees who work here, et cetera. So that's sort of the civics lesson on where the board derives its authority. It ultimately derives it from the legislature and from the state constitution. Do they have the power to do this? They have a counsel's office. Their counsel's office offers an opinion on whether the regulations that they are promulgating are consistent with law and previous regulations. and they would not advance a regulation if their own counsel's office did not deem it to be permissible. So that's the authority. In terms of their ability to impose consequences on school districts, they do have the ability to withhold state aid. As Dr. Rufo mentioned, the amount of state aid we got this current school year is about 25 million. The amount of state aid we're anticipating next year would be 34 million. I believe that not all of that would be possible for them to withhold because of the different funding streams it comes from, but I think a tremendous amount of it would be something that they could withhold. When they say they can remove authorities, if they deem a certified educator, like myself, for example, as not complying with my oath of office, what would happen is, I hate to contemplate this, but one of two things would probably happen. I would either be in the position of having to face Part 83 charges, which means that that my moral standing would have been called into question by my failure to abide by my oath of office, and I could lose my certification and be unable to be employed in this role because I would lack certification for doing it. The commissioner also has, I believe it's under Section 310, the ability to remove an officer of a school district. So all of the trustees are officers of the school district. As you might imagine, it's a power that the commissioner has used sparingly over time, but it is a power that the commissioner has exercised from time to time. So the commissioner has that authority. The board has referenced that authority in the regulation. So that's sort of the civics lesson. Direct question from Mr. Waxer about did we participate with the district is Canandaigua. There, it's at the southern end of Canandaigua Lake, one of the Finger Lakes, just south of Rochester. The other district that has Braves that applied to the Mascot Advisory Committee is Fonda Fultonville. They're outside of Schenectady in the Mohawk Valley. We did not participate with any of them. And to the point of transparency, everything that I've done on the Mascot has been at the direction of the Board of Education. You have heard all of the conversations of the Board of Education on this subject here in this forum since December. In the budget documents that we presented tonight, yes, there was a line item for the end zone, and this is because our budget has to be adopted at this board meeting. So we have to prepare something to put in front of the Board of Education. In order to do any work on any of our facilities, we have to go through something called the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, and for us to do a project, we have to first name the project in our SECRA filing. So if we failed to name it in our SECRA filing, we would have taken away from the Board of Education the opportunity to make a decision. So we haven't prejudged the decision in the budget. We've done the opposite. If we didn't put it in, we would have narrowed the board's options. Instead, we put it in. If the board chooses not to go through with it, then all we've done is we've gone through the secret process for a project that we never move forward with. But if we were to make a change to the end zone and not do SECRA, then we'd be in violation of the environmental conservation regulations. So that's the reason why that was in there, to preserve options for the board, because the board hasn't acted. And so I don't know what the board is going to do. So I have to preserve all of their options. With respect to questions about what the department would consider permissible or not permissible as a variation of the name, I don't want to speak for the department. I would just, in the presentation, which will be posted online tomorrow, I made a point of including links to all of the documents that the department has put out on this, so that the public has ready access to it and doesn't have to go hunting all over the SED website to find it. And they do talk about this more extensively, and I'll let folks read their documents and arrive at their own conclusions. And I think the rest is just commentary and not questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. So I looked through the list of everybody who came up and spoke, and most of you I know by first name basis. Your neighbors, you're my friends. And I can vouch for your character. I know Mike has reffed my games and he's went out of his way. And everyone who came up and spoke, Kim and Trish, I've known them for a long time. I know how dedicated they are to the community, and they do all of this volunteer. Nobody's getting paid for this, just for the love of Sasset. I was fortunate. I was able to move to Syosset, and I've been nothing but welcomed here. I love the community. That's why I'm on the board. I felt like it was so important. But honestly, one of the main reasons that I did move here was because I felt it was welcoming to everybody, and everybody accepted the diversity that was here. So I think that's very important. So I want everybody to know that the board is not dragging their feet on this. We're listening to you. We're being very considerate. Before we even got going on this, we kind of knew that there was a very, very small chance that we would be able to keep the name. But in an effort to fight for the community, give us every chance, we did wait for the committee. We went through the rulings. But at this point, I don't think there's much more we can do. But I want everybody to know that myself and the rest of the board don't take this lightly. We understand that there's multi-generational. We understand the attachment to the name, but at the same time, we want to move forward, unite the community, but also represent the diversity of the values of the community. And we want everybody to feel included, even if it's a minority group. I don't want anybody to ever feel offended by anything. Maybe I don't think it's offended, but I'm not the one who's being insulted. So I just want everybody to know that we just don't make snap decisions here, and we give it a lot of thought. So, okay. All right, so unfinished business. The Board of Education has unfinished business. We will discuss the use of the Native American team name and mascot, which I think I just discussed. Does anybody have anything to say on it? Lynn?
I guess first I really appreciate hearing that there are different opinions. Regardless of my personal opinion, I think it's important that we all do listen to each other, and everyone comes from a different place. And I think as long as you're respectful and expressing your opinion, I really do like hearing everybody's take on a situation. One of the things that kept coming up was the use of Brave versus Braves, which I think we talked about in our first discussion on this as something that we were going to talk about. And I think my understanding was it wasn't enough of a change, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that because Braves was so linked to the mascot, we would have to have a broader change in order to be compliant. So I just want to make, I wanted to be clear that it wasn't something that escaped us as something that when we were trying to find compromise within the community. So I just wanted to bring that back up.
No, I was asking if Dr. Rogers was going to comment on that and make a clear answer on whether we can do Brave versus so we cannot. Okay.
Yeah, I can just read you what the department has put in the Q&A section of their memo. As with the above comment, considering the use of a Can I borrow your?
Yeah.
I see. I'm confusing the microphone by putting something in front of it. As with the above comment, considering the use of a feather, these issues must be considered in context. The question is not whether the word braves or warriors are offensive in the abstract, but whether their use is appropriate in school districts that have a history of using stereotypical names and imagery. So obviously we have that history. And then I'll read you the section on the feather that they're referring to, places that use feather in their logo. The appropriateness of a logo containing a feather must be evaluated in context. While there is nothing inherently offensive about a feather, such images take on a different meaning when used by school districts, such as the commenter's employer, that have a history of using stereotypical names and imagery. The department does not anticipate that any team names, logos, or mascots that contain vestiges of prohibited team names, logos, or mascots will be considered acceptable. I read the word vestige to mean brave being a vestige of braves, and therefore they would not consider it acceptable. That's my own personal reading of the regulation. I'm not a lawyer.
Once a brave, always a brave. It represents sense of belonging. It's a sense of identity. It's sense of connection, sense of support for generations. I understand that. I see that. I see the passion of that comment, what that means. Past week, I watched and I listened to why they wanted to retire the mascot. And it broke my heart. They want their children to have a strong sense of identity, just like we do. They want their children to grow up in a society where their children will not be associated with any stereotype because of how they look. They want their children to have full idea of what they can be. They don't want to put any limitations on their children's future. They want their children to be able to retain their culture and respect it without being reduced to a mascot. And I think as parents, all of us, we can understand their desperate plea. We teach our children to be empathetic. That's one of our core values. We teach our children to walk in somebody else's shoes. I think we need to practice what we teach our children. We'll be making sacrifice. Yes, we'll be making changes. We'll have to develop new sense of identity, new logo. But thankfully, we have identity, sense of belonging, sense of support that goes far beyond, further, deeper than the name Braves. So if we changed our logo when it was first changed in early 90s, we may be saying once a falcon, always a falcon right now. Changes are hard, but in 20 years, our children will be calling different things and develop new sense of identity with the new logo. We're not killing it. We're not getting rid of our sense of identity. Our sense of belonging goes further than the name Braves.
Brian?
So I'm not sure when we plan on voting on this. I don't know if it's at the May meeting or not, but it's got me thinking, because of how polarizing this is, if we should vet our resolution to do this in a way that is clear why we're doing it. And, maybe I'm over lawyering this in my own head, but, I've always been focused on reimbursement. I feel like there's a lot of costs here to make this change, and some costs we haven't really thought about. And I think the way we represent in our resolution to do so may be a factor in whether we do get reimbursement. So that just hit me over the head when Dr. Rogers mentioned that he wasn't a lawyer. So I thought maybe I should be.
So listening to everyone, listening to the community, which is obviously polarized, polarized. And it we're just repeating the same things we said back in December. And I still don't see in the language of the regulation reference to the adjective brave without the S at the end. Can we, instead of, deriving it from the verbiage, can we just confirm with Albany that would be okay to incorporate the word brave out of respect to the 3-generation traditions? Who am I sitting here to tell these people that it means nothing starting today? I can't do this as an elected official. I was elected to represent the community. And I agree 100% that this community is changing. And yes, we have to listen to everyone. We represent everyone. We have to be sensitive to everyone, which is why I think we, beyond the debate over the imagery, that's done. That's pretty easy, I would say, easy. But we keep referring to the Braves, which I understand in the context has to be in the context and the history of using it in the context. Okay, but nowhere in this regulation so far, I see that the word incorporating the adjective brave, which I can't wrap my mind around how that brave, home of the brave, how the word brave could be offensive to anyone living in this country. It's upsetting, and it's unfortunate that this is what, I have to agree, what's next? We're going to take apart the national anthem of this country? So again, yes, we absolutely must come together. This is not healthy for anyone. But the questions were like, how come we're sitting here? How come we're sitting here silent? Is it such an easy decision? This is not an easy job to be up here. So is there a way? Is there anything that can we have a confirmation from the state that, we have to do away? There should be no trace of the word brave, which again, for the love of me, I cannot understand how the word brave, no imagery, no S, would be offensive to anybody. It's a trait, it's a quality, it's identity for our athletes, for this community. It's just, I just cannot, I don't have the right. I feel strongly about it, obviously, to do it. Who am I? And so, it's difficult. And secondly, echoing Brian, if indeed this is a no-go and we have confirmation in writing from the state, then I would like to craft the wording of the resolution that I'm going to be voting on in public, on the record. I want to see why we're doing this, and I would like to scrutinize every word of that resolution for our community. We owe this to our community. I'm sorry. That's it.
So Mr. Rotolo was asking me what's left in the process at the state level. And what is left is, as I mentioned earlier, they indicated that they were going to put out another guidance memo. I don't think that the guidance memo is going to reverse anything that they've already written because obviously all of that was released and adopted today. And then, of course, they still have the functioning of the Mascot Advisory Committee that is going to rule on questions that are forwarded by school districts. So I guess we can wait to see what that guidance memo says to see if it is on point to the questions that have been raised. And if the guidance memo is not on point, then the question is whether you want to ask the question of the Mascot Advisory Committee or not.
Did we ask our council if they have a ruling on the vestige part, if Brave counts as vestige, or we're just assuming based on our reading of the regs?
As I said, I read this today, so this is my reading of it. I have had some exchanges with people who work in the advocacy community in Albany and are a little bit closer to the Board of Regents and some of their thinking. And their impression is that the department is not going to be very flexible in how they interpret this, but that's not the same as having a piece of paper that I could hold up to you and say, these are the words in this piece of paper, and these words came from the typewriter of somebody in the state education department in authority. Yes, typewriter. I'll explain it to the kids later. Yeah.
Anyone else? Do you have any idea when these other ones will they be back? Will they be, will we have any idea before the May meeting? I feel like
I thought the guidance document was going to be released contemporaneous with the Regent's action today. I'm actually a little startled that it wasn't because that seems atypical, but I do think that it will be released sooner rather than later. I don't see what advantage there would be to the department in delaying. They may be waiting to see what questions crop up from conversations like this one so that they can incorporate more things into this guidance document. And then one thing that I've been frustrated by is it's been very difficult to follow the department in this in so much as it's clear that they've been having meetings of the advisory council, but it's been hard to follow when those meetings are. And representatives of the advisory council have been giving interviews to the media to describe what they're using as criteria, but the department has not released something that they would use as a rubric for us, which would make it easier to understand the process. So that's a little confusing to me in terms of a process that the department has been using. But clearly the Mascot Advisory Group is up and running because they've ruled on Fonda Fultonville's use of the term Braves. So they must exist and they must be meeting. But they don't have a document that says what the criteria is that they're using as they're evaluating things. We just have newspaper articles where members of that committee are offering thoughts. But again, those are not, those thoughts don't have force of law.
okay. So it sounds like maybe we follow up with our attorneys since this is so fresh. We wait to see if there's any other rulings. Does anybody else feel different about that? Anyone? Lisa, anyone? Of course you can.
So that would mean that we would put something on for May to vote? Is that what that means? If we're waiting to have the attorneys define the word, is it vestiges? Was that the word we're waiting for the definition on? And just seeing if there's any other guidance, then we would have it on the agenda to vote for May. I just want to double check because, you know, this is a very difficult topic. Everybody has their own opinions on it. I know I've spoken to many people and it is definitely, you know, it hits home for a lot of people, whether it's one way or the other. Whether you're, you know, you've lived in this district for 70 years with the family, or you're, you know, you're new and you've lived here for 5 or 10 years. You know, whether you have children that have gone through the high school and you are a sports person or you're not a sports person, everybody has their own opinions. And I think the biggest part of this that we even heard tonight is that it's important that as a community that we respect each other's opinions, and that we're respectful to each other, and that we show our children that even though there are difficult decisions that have to be made, that we do respect each other throughout the process of making them. And I think for me personally, that's the most important. No matter what vote happens at the end, there are going to be people that are going to be very, very upset one way or the other. And at that point, it's going to be even more important for the community to pull together and be even more respectful of how somebody feels about what decision is made. So I just want to throw that out there. And just figure then we'll be prepared to make a vote in May, because I feel like month to month, it keeps getting pushed and we just need to move forward, because I agree it's even becoming more divisive the more time goes on, and we are on a time constraint.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, so then I would propose that then we will do the vote in May. Susan.
If we're waiting till May to vote, is there any downside to putting an official request in to clarify instead of waiting for the guidance in the memo? Can we not just put the question in so that way we have an answer and we could put it to bed one way or the other?
Dr. Rogers, is that possible, you think? Any idea?
It's certainly possible. And as I said earlier, I'm on this topic. I'm waiting for direction from the board. So if that's a direction that the board would like me to take, I'll execute that direction for you and seek that clarification from the department. But I don't want to seek on my own initiative that clarification from the department and come back to you with something that forces your decision one way or the other, just as I didn't want to force your decision with the facilities project and the SECRA filing.
In my opinion, I think knowledge is always helpful. So if we can have an answer, we can, regardless of how you feel, whether you're for the change or not for the change, it's at least good for us to know whether it's a possibility or it's not a possibility. So we can make a educated decision, because if it sounds like it isn't a possibility. And if that's the case, then we need to know it isn't a possibility so that we could begin to come together. And if it is a possibility, then it's good for us to know, because then we can make a decision knowing that we can, and we can decide if we want to or not. But either way, I just think it's helpful to have that information, in my opinion.
Yeah, Susan, and I just want to point out too, I agree with that. I just want everybody to know, obviously in this budget season where, we've been really strict on costs, we're burning a lot of time on this, our the staff's time, the cabinet's time, we're burning a lot of time. So you keep in mind too, that as I said before, how does this increase the proficiency rates? How does this increase our math scores? We're wasting a lot of time on it. And I don't know what benefit either way, where we can be focusing our energy on the kids. So I just want to point that out, that this is months now. So.
The only point that I wanted to make was, I don't want to prejudge the outcome, but I'm not a handicapper by trade, but in the situation where we need to write a resolution and everyone wants to be able to review that resolution by May, how does a resolution get reviewed before it shows up on the agenda? Or is it in May? How are we going to review it physically beforehand to discuss it? If we're going to be voting at the May meeting and there's going to be a resolution on the May meeting and we all want to discuss the language and how it's phrased, how can that practically work?
What I would propose and what has happened in the past is, and again, a little bit of a civics lesson, most of the items that are on the agenda are items that derive from policies that already exist in the district or the budget that already exists in the district. And it's us executing on that and putting things in front of the board for its confirmation that flow from an action the board has already taken, either in policy or in budget. So while I never assume that anything in the agenda is a foregone conclusion, because it's already executing on a priority of the board that the board has adopted, I assume that it'll be moved by the board, but sometimes board members will vote against it for whatever reason. With something like this wouldn't be a resolution that's initiated by administration, unless we got to a place where we were in danger of violating the law, in which case I have an obligation under my oath to act. But what I would propose is that we have our attorneys draft a resolution, and then you at your next meeting can have a conversation about the words in that resolution. You obviously get copies of the agenda prior to the meeting, and you don't have to adopt the resolution as proposed. You may have a conversation, and that conversation could include amendments that you would like to make to the language that was given to you by the attorneys. With the items that are in the regular agenda, generally, we don't want to stray from the language that is given to us by our attorneys because they're negotiating contracts on our behalf and there's counterparties to those contracts. But with this resolution, there is no counterparty. It is just an expression of the will of the board. And so it would be entirely appropriate to mark that up in a board session from a draft that we would provide for you based on our best efforts with Ingram and Smith to get it written for you.
I'm a little bit confused. The fact that we have to do is retire the name Braves. That's what we have to do. And that's already been determined. That answer we have. What right do we have as a board to change the name to Braves to Brave without involving all the community? I don't think we should be changing the name from Braves to Brave or just having part of the community come. If the word brave is acceptable, it should be one of the many other possible logo name. And then I'm sure out of all the names, Brave, since we are familiar, will be chosen, but that will be chosen from everyone, not by the board, not by a subgroup of people.
No one is suggesting for us to decide on the word brave, cutting it. Obviously, what I was referring to is confirming with the state that an abbreviated version of the word Braves in this case, right? So could be incorporated, is okay, will be allowable. For me personally, I need to have that information for my conscience to vote on this.
So that has, I'm sorry. So what we need to do is retire the name Braves. And that's the vote that we have to do. We don't need to wait for the state to say Brave is acceptable or not to vote on this retiring the name Braves.
Which is why the wording of resolution is key, for me anyway.
I'm trying to summarize. Dr. Rogers, so you're going to speak to our lawyers. Someone's going to contact somebody in Albany and get an answer. And you're going to present this discussion in some summarized fashion to our lawyers to put together a resolution that incorporates some of the concerns to present it to us on May 8th for us to vet and potentially vote.
Yes to all that, except I'm not going to summarize the discussion. I'm going to make them watch it. Just kidding. Yes, I'll summarize it. So yes, I'll talk to them about preparing a draft resolution for you. I'm looking at the board president. The consensus of the board is that I should reach out to Albany and ask about the word brave.
Yeah.
All right, so I will go and reach out to Albany and ask them about the word brave. And we will try to craft the resolution that is prepared to try and reflect all of the points of view that I've heard tonight. And then you, of course, will have the opportunity to review that resolution prior to the next board meeting and come with your thoughts about where you would want to see it amended or changed or improved, presumably. And then you as a board will come to consensus on how you want to improve it. Ultimately, you'll distill it to something that'll be a final resolution that you'll vote on. And then if that resolution has 5 votes or more, it will carry.
Okay, we definitely spent a lot of time on this topic, about an hour and a half on this, and this is definitely a very important topic. I remember discussing this back in August 2020, and it was a very close vote. So just to understand the process, so we have the board consensus to send a letter to the state, and what happens if we don't get a response from state before the May meeting? Are we going to keep waiting on that letter to come, or we are going to vote? Because this is definitely dragging on for a very, very long time. And it's also, and if we were to vote on this earlier, we could have involved the seniors, the current seniors, to be involved in the process after the vote. But in this case, I don't think the seniors will be involved at all. And just to get that time frame, because after May, there's only one more meeting, and that's it. The school year to end.
Thank you. I remember the vote, and I agree. If we get the letter or not, we need to have a resolution and vote next meeting. Lynn, I'm sorry. Hold on.
To that point that we've been doing this a long time. Can we start making a plan with putting together a committee, and to your point, the seniors that may not be able to be here can be here as alumni or whatever it is, that we can include the people of the community to help move forward and make a plan to how we're going to create a new mascot. Are we going to use the S? Are we going to, whatever it is, let's have a real plan in place so that it's not going to keep dragging. Like, I just want to move forward. I want to keep moving forward.
And I know we had done this in the past and it was successful, where we had a policy or we had a process in place that included the students, the art, the community, right? This is what I was told. I wasn't here.
Yeah, I believe it was in 2001 after Commissioner Mills issued the first memorandum to school districts to eliminate Native American indigenous mascots that Syosset did go through a process of changing. The board reversed that process at some point afterwards, but the process, I believe we were called the Red Hawks briefly, and there was a committee that included students. They fielded a number of ideas for names. They they narrowed the group down to, I believe, 4 choices. They had a poll. They took feedback on the 4 choices. They narrowed it down to 2 choices from the 4, not unlike the process that we're talking about doing with Start Time. And then from that, they selected the winning Red Hawks. Then there was a contest among students to develop some artwork that would be reflective of the Red Hawk. A middle school student won. And briefly, that was the process that the district followed in 2001 when it changed the logo and mascot briefly. But then the board reversed that decision at some point subsequent to that in 2002, I believe. So I have been reading some newspaper articles just in order to be prepared for this question from you, of what other districts have been doing that have been making changes to their mascots and logos. And one thing that I thought was interesting that one district did was they started by trying to find words that described the values of their community. What does their community stand for? So I was analogizing to Syosset and thinking, people here are nice, people here are welcoming, we value diversity. These are the kinds of things that I would think of as value statements that I would use to describe this community. So from that, then you would ask, what are the kinds of objects or things or animals or representations that are reflective of these values that we share? And then from that, you would, again, go through a process not unlike what was done in 2001. So I think we can, certainly learn from what others have done, borrow their best ideas, and create a process that has a lot of community involvement and input. And I can certainly work on taking these ideas and putting them on paper so you can look at it and reflect on it a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? We're good? Okay. All right, so now we're going to move on to A items. A1 through A2 can be taken together. They are the approvals of staff changes and the 2022-2023 stipends and hourly rates. Can I have a motion, please? Brian, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? A3 is the approval of the appointment of a summer school teacher for the 2023 principal. I'm so sorry. It's late. Principal, I'm so sorry. Melanie Spiegel, can I have a motion, please? Brian, seconded by Carol. Does anybody have any questions? You have a question?
More of an observation before we vote. I think I noticed that Melanie Spiegel's been in the audience for the last 4 hours. So thank you.
Congratulations, Melanie. Thank you for staying. I know you're going to do a great job. She did a great job last year. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. A4 is the approval of the ratification of the what is this? Stipulation agreement with the clerical aides and monitor units. Can I have a motion, please? Susan, seconded by Lisa. Does anybody have any questions? So I don't want you guys, I apologize. So I still call Sienna Sophia and Sophia Sienna, and they're my own kids. I call you Jack sometimes too, so I'm sorry. It's just, I apologize. I know, I'm sorry. We're both Tom, and I get us confused. All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? I'm sorry. B1 and B2 can be taken together. They are the approval of the Committee on Special Education recommendations and the approval of the Committee on Preschool Special Education recommendations. Can I have a motion, please? Jack, seconded by Susan. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B3 and B4 can be taken together. They are the acceptance of the 2023 and 2024 proposed Nassau Board of Cooperative Education Services, BOCES administrative operations budget, and the selection of candidates for BOCES. Can I have a motion, please? Brian, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B5 is the first reading of the policy for use of the district facilities and investments. Can I have a motion, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can I have a motion, please? Something wrong? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's my fault. Sorry about that. Says the board will vote on this at the May 8th meeting. Proposed policy will be available. We still have to have a motion, right? Okay.
Move and second it, but we don't vote.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion, please? Lynn, seconded by Brian. Any questions? That's why I was confused. B6 is the second reading of the policy for facilities, planning, development, and land use and closing of facilities. Can I have a motion, please? Lisa, seconded by Anna. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B7 is the appointment of chief election inspector and election inspector for the school district budget vote and the annual district election on May 16th. Can I have a motion, please? Lynn, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B8 is the medical examination of school district employees. Can I have a motion, please? Lisa, seconded by Susan. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we're going to move to C items. C1 is the authorization for service contract. Can I have a motion, please? Lisa, seconded by Susan. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C2 is the authorization for special education and nursing contracts. Can I have a motion, please? Susan, seconded by Lisa. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. C3 is the authorization for health and welfare services. Can I have a motion, please? Shawnee, seconded by Lynn. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C4 is the approval of the adoption of the 2023-2024 budget. Can I have a motion, please? Lynn, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C5 is the approval of school property tax report card for the school year 2023-2024. Can I have a motion, please? Susan, seconded by Anna. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C6 is the authorization for the adjustment of budgetary reserves. Can I have a motion, please? Lisa, seconded by Susan. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C7 is the authorization for various capital project districts wide under the SEQA. Can I have a motion, please? Shawnee, seconded by Brian. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C8 is the authorization to participate in the Nassau County Consortium for Transportation Services. Can I have a motion, please? Susan, seconded by Lisa. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C9 is the approval of the intermunicipal cooperative agreement for transportation. Can I have a motion, please? Lisa, seconded by Susan. Any questions? You have a question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C10. Good, you're good. Is the authorization for grant distribution agreement. Can I have a motion, please? Brian, seconded by Shawnee. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? You have a question? Oh, okay. C11 is the authorization for piggybacking with the city of New Rochelle. Can I have a motion, please? Shawnee, seconded by Lynn. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C14 through C16 can be taken together. They're the acceptance. I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. C12 through C13 can be taken together and they are the award of bids. Can I have a motion, please? Anna, seconded by Lisa. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C14 through C16 can be taken together. They are the acceptance of donations of funds and software. Can I have a motion, please? by Shawnee, seconded by Lynn. Does anybody have any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C17 is the authorization of the disposal of broken, surplus, or obsolete equipment and books. Brian, do you have a question? Don't you want to know what it is? You don't have a question? Wow. Okay, motion? Susan? Anna, any questions? I'm shocked you don't have a question, Brian.
All in favor.
All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion to adjourn. Thank you, everyone.